Ladies and gentlemen of Hotep Jesus, we are back with another episode of KeMedicine. I am joined by the pimps of polarity, the duo of dynamism, the killers of keto, the soldiers of science, Dr. EnQi and Dr. Tanei Ricks, PhD.
Let's go.
I just let y'all know I had a quick nap, so the demon's gonna be out tonight.
Oh man.
Oh wait, what can I call them? The Gremlins?
Facts.
How's everybody week go, man?
Mine's just crazy. I got super drama going on, and at the same time, I got, back to school stuff going on.
Drama? So long, fuck the kids. We want to hear about the drama.
No.
What kind of drama you dealing with? Some House of
Crazy.
Consciousness drama? You got another debate coming
No.
up?
That stuff I would discuss. I don't have no house of. Nah, shout out to Sal.
Oh.
House of Consciousness is. House of Consciousness is House of Consciousnessing. You know what I'm saying? They doing their thing over there.
Oh, okay. So what kind of drama you got? You got girlfriend problems or something?
No, just life. Once I get to the other side of it, then I'll probably discuss it.
Then we can talk about it.
Yeah, once I get to the other side.
All right. All right.
But I got good stuff going on as well. I really enjoyed summer camp. You know what I'm saying? Like I never got to go to a basketball camp when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? So, but I got to like go from creepy dad to weird dad to great dad to I wish that was my dad to like water boy to like assistant coach. You know what I'm saying? I got to move up in the ranks. You know what I'm saying? So I really enjoyed the basketball camp this summer.
You know how to play basketball?
Oh yeah, I know how to. Yeah. I'm from the Bronx. I mean, that's.
You know we got the we putting together the Hotep Jesus basketball squad.
Oh yeah. I gotta be on there.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, I hope I know how to play basketball.
All right, I'm running point and I'm coach. I'm GM / running the one. What position you play?
You gotta have a handle and a basketball IQ for that. That gotta be demonstrated.
Wait a second, I'm from New Jersey. Hold on a second. You slow down. I'm from New Jersey. I know you from the Bronx, but I'm from Jersey. We ball. We ball, sir.
But Jersey, that qualify you to be like small forward. You know what I'm saying? Like that don't instantly qualify you to be like the guard.
Yeah, forget that. Like, cause if they
no, listen, I'll tell you tonight. Look, Jersey guys. No, listen. Jersey guys known for hustle. They known for hustle. They known for defense. They known for heart. You know what I'm saying? Like Jersey guys are solid, but I don't know about like New York is Rod Strickland. You know what I'm saying? Like.
So wait,
Kyrie,
you're saying?
Listen. Kyrie is giving Jersey like Jersey trying to stand on Kyrie's shoulders, and Kyrie is a student of Rod Strickland. Like that's, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not.
That's Jersey though, right? Kyrie is Jersey's got the most handles. He's got the most handles.
No, sir. That basketball game of Kyrie's comes from Patterson Projects. That is from Morris Avenue in the Bronx, sir. That is 100%.
No.
When you watch Kyrie, you are watching Patterson Projects in the Bronx.
That sounds like Cap to me.
No,
sounds like
sir.
Cap and Coke.
That is Mott Haven Projects. That's Mitchell. That's definitely Mitchell Projects. That's Mitchell Projects. Really, like that's definitely 138th Street. That's 138th Street. What you see when you see Kyrie.
What position you playing?
I don't mind. You know what I'm saying? I can play
the 3.
I could play the 1. I could play the 5.
How tall are you?
6 feet.
Okay, you can play
Actually,
the 3.
6'1" and a half. Last time I went to the DMV, that was a little crazy.
All right, we gonna put 6'2" on your player card.
And I prefer 6 feet though.
We gonna have player cards like collectibles.
No, because you know there's a lot of dudes walking around 6'5" with 70-inch wingspans. That's gonna be 6'2". You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, I don't want to.
We gonna put 6'2" in your player card. We gonna have collectibles like tops and upper deck and all of that. We gonna have player cards made. We gonna sell them.
No sir.
We gonna sell them at the event, and you gonna sign them.
Okay, but it could be 6 feet at the event.
We're gonna put 6'2". You know they always lie.
I know. I want to tell the truth.
My shit gonna say I'm 6 foot. Fuck that.
No, I've been 6 foot like my whole life, except for when we went to the DMV last time. It was like 6'1.5".
You know, Tanei's 6'5".
Yeah, in spirit. Yes, absolutely.
How tall are you, Tanei? You ain't short. 6'2".
5'10", 5'11".
No, you're not, nigga.
Yes, I am.
How tall are you, HJ?
Huh?
How tall are you?
Tanei's 6'2". I gotta be at least 6 foot.
These numbers are ridiculous.
Tanei, you taller than HJ?
No, this nigga lying.
Tanei's taller than me.
No, I'm not. I'm not taller than HJ. Everybody saw me at Hotep Con 2022 knows I'm not taller than HJ.
Oh, the Gremlins is getting.
They started early.
Okay.
Yes, they're starting early.
Doe Dubes in the chat said I took a pic with Tanei. He's 6'1". Doe Dubes is backing me up.
I am not 6 feet, bro.
When last time you got yourself measured? 8th grade?
No, like I told y'all I do this training shit. So like I'm 5'10", 5'11", maybe. I'm not 6 foot.
You was hunched over in them.
5'11" is only 1 inch from 6 feet, though. That could be very confusing. It could.
Tanei is definitely 6'2". Last time I seen him, the nigga's a giant. Okay.
Listen,
And how and how tall are you, HJ? Because you like dancing. Like how tall are you, sir?
6 foot.
Can we get a straight answer on that?
6 foot even. Yeah, that's what my player card says.
There's just no way to even feel comfortable with any answer HJ gives.
This would be some shit behind it.
I got a 6'2" wingspan. I got long arms. So I'm gonna be grabbing boards, but you niggas better be ready to score.
Yeah, I got a mean, you know,
You got a jumper
package. I got a mean little package.
Pause. Whoa. I got a mean little package. Oh my God.
14 minutes into the video, they already clipping up. But I got like a little, you know, I got a whole little program that I could put together off the wing, or you know what I'm saying, from the post.
Okay, wing or post?
I got a few things I could put together still.
All right. I got a secret weapon on our squad. I'm bringing on a secret weapon. I got somebody coming out to guarantee we win the tournament.
Oh, that's crazy.
You know we can't lose, man. You know we can't lose. EnQi in the penalty box? Yeah. That was insane right there.
That was egregious.
That was egregious. Tanei, how was your week, man? How's training going? How's the journey? How's things going, man?
Man, we in here, bro. I had to teach this morning, so that's why I'm a little flat. But yeah, everything's good. Talked to the kids about what did we go over today? We talked about receptors in the body earlier today. I'm doing discussion posts right now talking about drugs and how drugs have affected their life and their opinions about drugs and what they think they do in the body. So should be pretty interesting. A couple people responded so far, so there's been some pretty interesting responses.
Are these first year? Are these what year?
Mix of grad students and senior undergrad students.
Oh wow, you got the older serious ones.
Yeah, medicinal chemistry is a 6,000 level class for the graduate students and a 4,000 level class for the undergrads.
What does that mean, 6,000 level?
So just upper class classes.
Is that how much it costs?
When you get into 4,000 series is basically upper level electives for the undergrads. And then for the grads, the 6,000 level classes are the foundational graduate classes.
Is that how much it costs?
No, it's not how much it costs.
Oh,
it's just the numbers just tell you what kind of class it is. So
it might be though. Hold on, it might be though. It might. Those numbers might be Yeah,
Oh no, we're state school, so
yeah, it might
yeah, we're
be.
state school, so
It might
I don't
be.
know. We're a poor state school, so it's this gonna be a little bit less. It'll be a little bit less. So, but
Damn.
yeah, no. Other than that, no, everything's working. So
Cause you
glad
said
to
that,
See
hear.
I'm
how he
like,
those look. You see how those eyes went up and to the left. That's the creative space. So it might be. It
Angel
might
Reese?
be.
No, we ain't got Angel Reese. Dr. Phil's good. You ball? We gonna have tryouts for the whole Tepistan team. We gonna have tryouts. Bring your shorts. Bring your shorts and your sneaks. We gonna have tryouts. See what you look like in that layup line. See what you look like from behind the arc. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting at the one though. I'm gonna play about 5 minutes and I'm gonna coach after that. You know, I just gotta let niggas know I can ball. I'm just cross somebody over, score, and I'm gonna sit out for the rest of the game before I hurt one of my ankles. I'm trying to get I'm gonna need a backup one to run the game for us. But if you guys want to ball in the Hotep basketball league next year, let me know. We got EnQi coming out tonight. You play basketball?
Hell no, I don't play basketball.
I said hell no.
No.
But I think Tanei gave us a segue. I think Tanei opened up the segue. Is that like you mentioned medicinal, chemistry, and then like so do we segue right there to the rock, or like do we
Oh man, yeah, we can.
Wait, hold
'Cause I
on
mean,
a
we kind of
second.
talked about this a little bit already, though.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. Sydney Sweeney just dropped a new ad. This is important to the health and science of the world. Lord,
This man, the milk demons have taken
I was
over.
about to say, are we getting ready to get a look at breast again?
Light skin, so that's a big win.
I'm sorry. We just had to, you know what I'm saying? Science, man. You got to study the human body, and that's a body you got to study.
Hotep, you're a genius. HotepJesus.com.
So, I'm sorry. Medicinal science. This is medicinal science. This is a class that you teach. So this is the science of medicine.
It's medicinal chemistry. So I teach it. So in the chemistry ranks, in the upper level chemistry classes, they're divided into divisions, and medicinal chemistry is on the organic side. So we just talk about pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics. So basically, what drugs do, how they get to where they're supposed to go, and when they get to where they're supposed to go, do they do what they're supposed to do? Talking about how drugs are formulated, how companies come up with rules on how to make drugs, the specific targets for drugs in your body. So the main targets for drugs in your body are enzymes and receptors. Receptors are the biggest class. That's what most drugs on the market target is different receptors in your body. Um, and we talk about synthesizing drugs, practical applications for them. I teach the class more from a discussion slant where I ask them questions. I teach them like the basic foundations of drug chemistry and medicinal chemistry, and the action in the body, and the different systems that interact with these drugs. But it's really a discussion where trying to link how drugs are used in everyday life, what they're important for, other effects that they can have, and just really trying to be very practical about it so they can see like, oh, I got this cousin that takes statins, so we sometimes we'll have off topic discussions about different drugs. So in the classes this semester, so I try to do most of the book work first and get like most of the base concepts out of the way, and then we talk about actual drug classes. So like last semester or last year when I taught it, we talked about PDE5 inhibitors. So PDE5 inhibitors are, like Viagra, Cialis, stuff like that. We talked about benzodiazepines, which is, like Xanax, stuff like that. So I try to hit on drugs that are popular in mainstream culture and drugs that people know about. And so they can get kind of like a more of an understanding of what they do, how they work, so that, you have a conversation about it. Oh yeah, this person takes this. So you kind of know how they actually work.
And so what is enzymes? You said they attack enzymes. We're familiar. We talked about receptors last week. What are enzymes?
So enzymes are just biological catalysts. So essentially what they do, they make reactions that happen in your body happen faster. So the thing about biochemistry as a whole is that most biochemical reactions on some time scale will happen. The problem is you want them to happen before the organism dies. So the enzyme makes it so that these reactions happen in a very fast manner. There are a couple different ways that they can do that, but most of it deals with the term called activation energy. So the activation energy is essentially the energy you need to go from the reactants that you're putting together to the products that you want. And so when you go from reactants to products, there's an intermediate state called a transition state where it's transitioning from the reactant to the product. You can have a lot of different transition states. And so essentially what happens is in these reactions, the enzymes will lower the activation energy so that you can get from the reactions to the product, their reactants to the products faster. And so you got a lot of different enzymes that will catalyze this activity. They do it in different ways. They do it in different parts of your body. It's just context dependent on what kind of reaction you're trying to do.
You know how to cook crack?
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Let's go. I'm gonna be in touch with you. We going
It's pretty simple.
Oh my goodness.
That's important, EnQi. I know you know how to cook crack. You from the Bronx, and
No
you a
comment.
chemist.
No comments. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You done had the Pyrex on the stove at least once in your life.
So the enzymes and the receptors. No. So the enzymes and the receptors. Here's what's, because I just released the protein composition book.
You got another book?
I got lots of other books.
Wait, when did the protein? Wait, no, this is the one that looks like a notebook, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is that the latest one?
No. The latest book is a series of children's books that I've been working on with my children. So we got some crazy now that I'm excited about, because the children's books are bananas.
Yeah.
Yeah, the children's books are bananas. So we have it's a story about, rich abs and the family. And, so people have been following to various extents, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if people have all of the books, but there's about 20 some odd rich abs books. But rich abs gets summoned to Kemet by the king of Kemet, King Solomon. And King Solomon is building a advanced school. And so he wants rich abs to come with he wants his rich abs to come help with the science and nutrition part of the curriculum, and the children to attend, so it's grades 1 through 12. And, I mean, it's just a crazy, action-packed story. It's kidnappings, it's history, it's science, it's genetics. This series is subtitled Black's Anatomy for Children. So we have the Black's Anatomy book out, which is I would say not necessarily the opposite of the Gray's Anatomy book, but our version. And then we have the children's books, which are subtitled Black's Anatomy for Children. So it's teaching science and history and quantum mechanics and like quantum biology and just a lot of different stuff. It's crazy, but the children like it. You know what I'm saying? Like they loving it. So it's working. Like it's crazy. Even the adults is liking it. So I don't know. I might have stumbled onto something with the children's books.
The children's books is where the money at.
Yeah, the children's books is crazy right now. And then we have them like translated, so you can get like the English, Spanish, English, French, or English, Chinese versions.
Okay.
So, but the children books are crazy. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm excited. We might have to have like a show. You know what I'm saying? Just some of the concepts. Like it's crazy. But
That's fire. That's fire.
but yeah, but no, I didn't want to pass the opportunity to just elaborate on what Tanai was saying, because one of the things that I focus on in the protein composition book, and I know, we got a few diehard Sabi folks that, they always cringe a little bit whenever I have to improve upon the legacy or outright correct Sabi, but there's still some people running around teaching foolishness. And a part of healing the body is amino acid construction. Whether we're talking about, like peptides, whether we're talking about hormones, it's amazing that people think that you can heal from conditions that are, hormone conditions without adjusting hormones. You adjust hormones, that's amino acid, signaling and construction. When you talk about enzymes and cell receptors, that's primarily amino acid. Like enzymes are pretty much, you can classify them as mini little proteins. You know what I'm saying? Like, so all of these, just for the healing aspect, for the naturopaths out there, the holistic healers out there, fasting is cool. I'm a fan of fasting. I'm the founder of the 40-day fruit fast. Like I'm a staunch, I believe in fast for a wide variety of reasons. But there are people out there that's talking crazy right now. There's always crazy ideas floating around, from people eating boric acid to people going on these extended water fasts, and I know what channels they watching to get these ideas, but um you need things. You need things. It's not just a water fast. You know what I'm saying? You need nutrition. You need to rebuild the body. You have to have things. And autophagy can only go so far. Autophagy can only go so far in terms of providing your body with, amino acids to rebuild and make sure you have a good cell turnover. You know what I'm saying? So
Let me jump in with a quick aside on autophagy. So a lot of people think that the only way to really achieve autophagy is through fasting, but you can achieve autophagy through exercise. And actually,
that's a fact.
exercise-induced autophagy is stronger um
That is a
than
fact.
fasting-induced autophagy.
That's a fact.
How do you do that? Hypoxia?
Exercise.
It's just a calorie deficit that triggers it. So when you ignore melanin concentrating hormone, that's literally the secret, the elephant in the room. When you ignore melanin concentrating hormone is going to start to signal your body to consume things, right? Specific things. It's going to get ghrelin. It's going to recruit, it's going to recruit even growth hormone down the line. So as you ignore melanin concentrating hormone, your body builds up more and more. And at a certain point, your body gives up on you eating and decides to just look to recycle whatever it can find. Like the signal is you need stuff. So because you need stuff, your body's like, all right, go get something to eat, go have a plate. And on that plate, you should have these items. You know what I'm saying? But you may eat some empty nutrients, or you just may not eat at all, and so you stay hungry. And after a certain threshold, your body will start to breaking stuff down and recycling stuff, typically proteins. So, so autophagy is good for a wide variety of reasons, but people that don't really do any self-study, people that aren't actually getting books, people that just watch a YouTube and do a couple of Google searches, or watch a YouTube and hit AI once or, a few times, like that's surface level research, and they don't really understand like how limited what they're hearing is. You know what I'm saying? So autophagy is cool, but it's not the end all be all. Like it's not like the superfood. Like you're gonna eat one food item and get every nutrient on earth. Like this, that's just all the none. There's no shortcut. You know what I'm saying? There's no shortcut. You know what I'm saying? That's why the Rock is looking like he's
Except for
looking right.
Moringa. Moringa is the secret to life.
EnQi's evolving. He's learning when to indulge and when not to indulge.
No,
I
he
see
know
it. I
about
see
Moringa.
it.
He know Moringa the truth. He know Moringa got everything in it. So he missing a few things. It's one of the most complete things you can eat, right, EnQi?
So that's why The Rock is looking crazy right now, because The Rock was out there. You know, The Rock is like the Rock is like the poster child for the TRT folks. So I'm just wondering, you know, like, are they,
Was he
you
on
know,
that dog shit?
The Rock?
Yeah.
Man.
I'm trying to tell you, The Rock is the poster child for the steroids and the TRT folks. Like, that's right. The Rock is, yeah.
What?
And the steroids and the TRT, you know, the legal steroids, you know, slash illegal steroids. It doesn't matter. Like, people are confused on steroids and TRT. They think those are separate items. Steroids is just referencing usually illegally purchased testosterone or anabolic hormones, whereas TRT is legally purchased anabolic hormones, but what's in the bottle's the same. The only difference in the connotation is how you obtain it, right? So when we're looking at The Rock, understand that the substance that did that to him, the substance that, you know, created that heart condition to the point where he got to the limit where it's like, okay, if you take any more, or, you know, if you keep it up, you might drop dead. So he had to go like super cold turkey and cut down his, you know, his steroid, you know what I'm saying? And that kind of exposes the whole program, you know, because everybody has the same program they're running. All of the fitness, there's a day in the life of eating, and then they show you their 4 a.m. workout. Like, yo, look, this is my workout. This is how I maintain this muscle. And then let me show you what I'm eating. You know, clean eating chicken breast, woo, woo, woo. I'm just having this fish right here. It's the cleanest source of protein, blah, blah, blah. None of that has anything to do with the muscle they're carrying. The muscle they're carrying is strictly based on having 1,500, 2,000 nanograms per deciliter of anabolic hormones circulating throughout their body when they should naturally have somewhere around 500. They should naturally have somewhere around 500, 600. They got 3 times the natural human amount. Talking about they natural. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's what has happened.
So
You know
why
what
did
I'm saying?
he shrink so fast?
Because once he stops taking the steroids, his body cannot, no matter how much you exercise, your ability to build and hold muscle is going to be relative to your body's ability to produce anabolic hormones.
Okay.
So the moment you drop the anabolic hormones and the testosterone level drops, the muscle you're carrying is going to drop. Period. It doesn't matter how many chicken breast or fish you eat, or how many hours you're in the gym, or what type of form you
The
used,
body
or
just cannot maintain that muscle mass.
no, because all of these different things are unnatural. That's not a natural physique. Those are not natural physiques. So from the very beginning, the code that is not natural, which is what makes it a standout, which is what makes it excellence, which is what makes it something worth praising, because you've got to risk your life to obtain it. And people die before they get to that level. So when you're looking at The Rock, you know, playing devil's advocate, he played with the dice and he won. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it depends on what happens over the next 5 to 10 years, but he rolled the dice, and thus far, you know, he hasn't done too bad. You know, he's made his money in wrestling, he's made his money in the movies, and you know, he's still alive. You know what I'm saying? Now, he does have the coronary artery disease because of.
What's that about?
I mean, y'all sent me the article. You know what I'm saying? So but coronary artery disease, you know, that's that wascepter thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's really more of, you know, like the corona crown and the arteries that actually supply blood to the
Why you
heart.
call it the Wacepter?
Well, I always look for an opportunity to mention the aorta. You know what I'm saying? But with coronary artery disease, c- most people forget that the heart needs blood too. Like in our mind, we just think about the heart supplying the rest of the body with blood. But people forget that the heart also needs to be supplied with blood, or the heart won't be able to function, which makes coronary artery disease so dangerous.
So this kind of goes to, so we did this a couple episodes ago where we were talking about, and I think it was just kind of like a brief aside where we talked about how when you get these unnatural physiques, it puts an unnecessary load on your heart because of mitochondrial balance. So when your muscles get that big, they have to be able to maintain the energy output that the muscles are asking for. So those muscles are more dense with mitochondria, meaning that they have a higher energetic load. They're more metabolically active, which means they need more blood, which means it's going to put more stress on your heart. And so all of that energy that would normally go to your heart and your heart function is now going to all your muscle tissue. And so that overworks your heart, and it also depletes your heart of the blood that it would normally use to replenish itself. It has to use it to maintain your muscle and keep it metabolically active.
And then you get damage in those vessels because those vessels are being worked more than, you know, there are some similarities between a really, really, really over muscular person and somebody that's obese because for every pound, you know, and there's an average, you know what I'm saying? But for every pound of weight you have to have a certain amount of capillaries, whether that's fat, whether that's muscle, however you have to have more capillaries. More capillaries, you have to have, you know, more blood volume. It's just a lot more to it. You know what I'm saying? So over time, it's wear and tear. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the main reasons why I keep saying that we don't have bodybuilders that have lived to be 100 in mass yet. We don't have no proof that those super, you know, like creating those super physiques leads to 90 years old, 100 years old, 110 years old. We just don't have that because the load that it puts on the cardiovascular system breaks the body down in a variety of ways. You know what I'm saying? It breaks the body down in a variety of ways to, at the bare minimum, you escaping, you know, with high blood pressure issues or liver issues. And people think liver issues, they automatically go, oh, from your body metabolizing the vitamins or the steroids, but it's not necessarily always that. We forget that anabolic hormones have other jobs in your body besides making you have a six pack or big pecs. Like anabolic hormones do way more things than just muscle. Like that's just a very superficial part of what anabolic hormones do. So when you take your hormones outside of the natural space, the longer you keep them there, the more dangerous it becomes. The longer you keep your hormones outside of a natural balance, the more dangerous it becomes. And everybody has a balance of anabolic hormones and catabolic hormones. You know, we think like a lot of women running around and they're having testosterone problems. You know, that's why fibroids is tearing them up because
Mm-hmm.
you know, women have to have healthy levels of testosterone. It's testosterone that keeps them fibroid free. Testosterone keeps them fibroid free.
Hmm.
Yeah, testosterone keeps them fibroid free. When they get, too much different types of estrogen and they run into problems metabolizing estrogen, you know, that's when things get crazy. That's when things get crazy. And usually that's associated with fat, because women on average have 20% more, fat or larger fat cells anyway than men do. So they have much more estrogen production, right? But that doesn't mean they don't have any testosterone. Like back in the days, we were told like men have testosterone, women have estrogen. Like that's not the case. Men have testosterone and estrogen. Women have testosterone and estrogen. And both of them, have lots of different jobs, including bone density and just a wide variety of things, that trickle down, because bone density determines bone marrow health, right? So you could draw a line from bone density to bone marrow health to red blood cell production to immunoglobulin production to B cell production to T cell production, because all of these things are dependent on bone marrow, right? And that's going to be determined largely by bone health and bone density. So when
So,
we think of okay, go ahead.
so if you were the rock in the rock's corner tonight, and you heard, the problem he's having, his health issue, coronary artery disease, et cetera, what would you prescribe for him? And I don't mean exactly like medicine or a drug. It might be a lifestyle, or, what would you suggest if you were in his corner?
So, I mean, honestly, it's not my lane specifically, but there are some studies that show, I mean, cardiovascular health really just has a lot to do with putting your heart under intense stress for a little bit and then allowing it to rest. So, and then VO2 max is also heavily correlated to your overall heart health too. So, without knowing anything that he does specifically and just looking at his physique, probably just walk more. Because walking, this is one of the things that people have been actually chatting a lot about recently, is like walking, increasing your VO2 max, which is essentially your body's ability to process oxygen and do it efficiently. And so walking has been shown to increase VO2 max even when you're not under a strict, even when your beats per minute for your heart is not above a certain level. So that's when we talk about the different zones of cardio, like zone one, zone two, zone three, zone four, zone five. A lot of people kind of shit on zone two, zone three cardio because they say it's not intense enough. Most they talk about like most of your cardiovascular training happens in the zone four and zone five, which is true, and that does help when you're, especially when you're doing things like marathons, you're doing sprints and stuff like that. That does increase your VO2 max, but a lot of research has been shown lately that zone two cardio can actually increase your VO2 max as well.
And
And it just
wait,
happens
wait a
over.
minute, tonight. When you say things like that, right? Just for the record, you have to make sure you specify which group of people it is that is, you know, poo-pooing on the idea of zone one, two, and even three
Okay.
cardiovascular, because
Okay,
that's
yeah.
the same group.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the same group that's with the steroid, TRT, heart attack, coronary artery. This is and so that translates directly to the reason why they're having these coronary artery problems and heart. This is why they're having the poor cardiovascular health, because they're always trying to push it to the limit and push it beyond the limit. And I think it stems from the idea that we believe exercise is something extra, as opposed to really understanding that the natural design of our body is to exercise. So when we understand the natural design of our body is to exercise, it'll sink in gradually that we don't have to go outside the bounds of our natural movement, of our natural excitation to actually get all of the benefit of exercise. once again, this is why I keep saying, like, none of those extra, like, none of the extreme fitness guys in any shape, form, or fashion have hit that 100 space.
100 what?
Like the blue zone space, like
Oh.
longevity. That we haven't seen anybody demonstrate longevity coming out of these extreme fitness lifestyles with the TRT and the steroids and the peptides and all these other things.
I didn't know about this VO2 max zone stuff. So you're saying we can actually increase our VO2 max with something as simple as some light jog?
How, Sway? What is happening? Oh,
What I do wrong?
We only been discussing it for like 18 months. What, like, how, Sway? It's not
What
possible.
I do? Why I gotta be the bad guy again? I ain't do nothing. I'm just stupid. I'm in trouble for being stupid. How am I supposed to know all this shit, nigga? You got 38 books, nigga. I'm trying to get through one. Why are you cussing me out?
My bad. I know.
I ain't even do nothing.
I'm messing up the griff.
All right, so to go back to the VO2 max stuff, right? All right, so essentially you can increase your VO2 max simply by walking, and that's been shown in a few studies. Especially a lot of people have been talking about it online lately. I've been seeing a lot of people talk about it on Twitter. But anywhere from 10, 15,000 steps a day, obviously you get more benefits as you go up. That will increase your VO2 max, and that's part of the reason why they talked about, like, hunter gatherers in prehistoric or in more in older societies having large VO2 maxes, but that was just because they walked everywhere. And so when you get that high step count in a day, so it's not really just about creating caloric deficit, it's also about increasing your VO2 max and your body's ability to process oxygen.
I'm looking up now to see what zone push-ups are in.
Well, that depends on how fast you're doing.
Is that what it is? Mm-hmm. The demon said it's not really specified. Says, regardless of the specific zone, push-ups are still offer significant cardiovascular benefits. 2019 study of firefighters found that men who could complete more than 40 push-ups had a 96% lower risk of cardiovascular disease compared to those who could do fewer than 10. This indicates that push-up capacity can be very useful. No cost tool for estimating heart health. Wow. So I could smoke my Newports as long as I could do them push-ups? That's what's up.
So it's interesting you say that. So I did see a couple clips the other day with Rhonda Patrick talking about people that are active but are smokers have a longer lifespan than people that are non-active non-smokers. Yeah, that was kind of the gist of what she was saying. Yeah.
Do you have this, HJ?
Oh, the one with Mark Lamont Hill on the front?
Wow, is that what we're doing? I could tell you have not opened it. Okay. So let's go to page. Maybe page
75.
Page 75?
I don't know. I just guessed. What page?
Wait, let me see what's on page 75 now that you threw that out there.
Convert calories to joules.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of getting into the pocket, but no. I'm thinking more like page 112. 112.
Where the players dwell.
The
DJ brings back Dr. EnQi lyrics. Think about the number 4 associated with blood. DM equals 44. Why does DM equal 44?
Okay, that's another part of the conversation. We're just going to go past that parentheses. Go to a healthy person has 4 millimeters of blood passing through their muscle tissue per minute.
The speed multiplies up to 50 times. Wait, what? A healthy person has 4 milliliters of blood passing through their muscle tissue per minute. That's 100 grams per minute. The speed multiplies up to 50x.
Yeah.
I don't get that. What do you mean the speed multiplies?
Keep reading.
During exercise, you circulate up to 200 milliliters of blood through the muscle tissue per minute. 100 grams per minute. Nutrient delivery and waste removal happens 50 times faster. This is what the 4 milliliters per minute to 200 milliliters per minute means. Okay. This is in John Q. Public 2. An athlete can have up to 400 milliliters per minute blood flow throughout their muscle tissue. This is why we needed to build understanding of the heart anatomy and activity. Cardiac output, heart rate, and stroke volume. Cardiac output, total blood circulated every 60 seconds. Heart rate, total heartbeats per 60 seconds. Sounds like music. Stroke volume, total amount of blood pumped out with each beat. Stroke volume improvements means the individual chambers of the heart are getting stronger and more flexible, as well as the chambers in the brain. You can double the force of power in the heart during exercise. This is God, Elohim, or the Necharu. You can go from 6 liters a minute for men and 5 liters per minute for women, up to 12 to 10, even 18 to 15 liters per minute. You can safely double or even triple your total cardiac output. That means your blood goes from 60,000 miles every 60 seconds to 120 or 180,000 miles every 60 seconds. This is faster than the speed of sound, which is 12 miles per minute, 767 miles an hour. Your body is amazing. This is only possible due to the forces of magnetism, electricity, and spin/gravity. Spin/gravity is the driving force behind blood flow. Magnetism creates the movement, but the heart's torsion maintains the vortex of the circuit. Wait, what? What the hell? Gravity?
We going too deep right there. But my point is, in this book, we talk literally about, we get into the weeds, we get into the super details of what's happening when you exercise. So a natural person amplifies the blood flow throughout the body when they exercise. We kind of know that on the surface level, but most of us don't know exactly what all that entails. Now, when you're doing that enhanced, you already put a high amount of stress on the blood vessels. Literally, blood pressure is the force of blood flowing through your vessels. So the more pressure you put on the body, the more force you exert on the vessels.
Right.
So a large part of coronary artery disease, and this is where anabolic steroids brings this about in a lot of the people that use it, especially the people going crazy with TRT, is because you're putting a super high load and pressure on the vessels. When you do that, you're going to change your body's calcium metabolism. You're going to start to get a lot more circulating calcium in the vessels. Your body is going to start to try and reinforce the vessels with the calcium. A lot of times, people are also coupling these fitness lifestyles with, low carb, no carb, right? Low carbohydrates, no carbohydrates. Well, your primary source of vitamin K is from the plants, right? Your primary source of vitamin K is from plants, unless, I mean, you can get some vitamin K from meat, and some people go the extra mile to supplement, but the more pressure you put on your vessels, the more vitamin K your body actually needs. Like, you got to go above and beyond. You got to go above and beyond recommended dose if you're going above and beyond normal anabolic hormone levels, because the vitamin K is going to be needed to put the calcium back into the bones. This is why sometimes they're bodybuilders, after their career, they have bone issues, right? Because weightlifting builds bone density, but when you put a lot of pressure on the circulatory system, you get a lot of leach calcium into the circulatory system to try, like, that's your body's attempt to, like, reinforce the vessels, so to speak, so you don't rupture a vessel with all of the pressure you putting on them. So So this is how you get into a situation where you have, like the
So if you
blood
doing
area.
anabolics and you ain't getting the leafy greens in your diet, you go bust a blood vessel.
Smoking crack. Yeah, you basically you Russian roulette, you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, period, like just me and you, like just a regular person, we multiply when you're working out, you're multiplying your blood flow 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, 50 times.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot. So I'm just segueing in
You
because
saying we
tonight
could
was
kill
getting to
ourselves or
where
something?
people do it all the time. You see all the time people have heart attack, like extreme bodybuilders, they have heart attacks, heart failure. It's this reason.
So to jump in right quick, ask the demons how many famous bodybuilders died suddenly between 2020 and I think 2023.
How many famous
Oh, it was crazy.
bodybuilders
It was crazy. That was a season.
died suddenly
You could reduce
between-
that and just ask them YouTube bodybuilders. It was a season.
Can you be quiet for a second, EnQi? Sick of you.
2020 and 2023.
2020 and 2023. I think that's the sweet spot for the jibby jab. I think that's what you're getting at, right? Uh-huh. Let me see. 2020 and 2023. Let's see here. Shut up, Glam. Sick of y'all shit. This is crazy. Hold on. How many famous bodybuilders died suddenly between 2020 and 2023? Based on reports, a notable number of professional, well-known bodybuilders died suddenly between those dates, with 2021 and 2023 seeing a particularly tragic concentration of deaths. A 2023 review on PMC, what is that, Pulmonary Magazine collection or something like? What does PMC stand for?
No, it's just a respected journal. Go ahead.
Right, but what is it called? What's the name of the journal? I like to be thorough.
PMC.
You was an asshole. Cited that over 24 professional bodybuilders died suddenly in 2021 alone. A later YouTube report claims that 50 bodybuilders passed away in 23, though this number is debated. Okay, so we got Sean Roden, Mr. Olympia.
Look, the number's only debated because of the status of the person. Because you got world-renowned bodybuilders, and then you got guys that's not world-renowned, but they famous on YouTube.
Right. George Peterson, Cedric McMillan, Joe Lindner, Neil Curry, Gustavo Battle. It says here, suspects. The widespread use of anabolic steroids and other drugs is commonly cited as a primary factor in early deaths. Extreme training, rapid weight loss, and intense competitive cycles can put immense pressure on the cardiovascular system. Autopsy frequently revealed an enlarged or thickened heart muscle, cardiomegaly, and ventricular hypertrophy in bodybuilders who died suddenly. Severe dietary restrictions and dehydration practices known to increase the risk of irregular heart rhythms. Damn.
Yep. Because when you dehydrate, your muscles look better. You look a lot more vascular. But when you dehydrate, your blood is like 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times more thick. So it's much more hard to move through the circulatory system. Your level of hydration determines how the viscosity of the blood, how thick the blood is, and how easy it is for the blood to move. The more hydrated you are, the more liquidy, the easier the blood is. The more dehydrated you are, the more like mud, the more like mud your blood is.
So tonight, why'd you suggest that? What did you know about that, or is something you?
Yeah, because it was something that people couldn't really explain, and it was something that was happening more often than you would see normally. And the side effects of both COVID and the actual COVID vaccines, if you look at that time frame, there's a lot of overlap, and people don't want to make that They don't want to make that
Correlation.
leap
Yeah.
because, then it starts to tell you about other stuff that's going on too.
Yeah, because
Damn.
see, so a part of the side effects, potentially, allegedly, from the jab, right, was stress on the heart.
Right.
Now, everyday person with a healthy heart, you got leeway in terms of, what you can carry, what the amount of burden that your heart can shoulder, you have leeway.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody who's already been pushing it to the limit for 5, 10 years, they don't have that same leeway. So once you add any extra burden to an already overburdened heart and circulatory system, you get checkout.
Mm-hmm. Damn. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
you get checkout.
I've been listening to these KeMedicine episodes mostly because I'm a part of them. And they've been helping me a lot.
We got to keep him awake. We cannot let him take a nap before the show again. We have to keep him up. I'm gonna have to call him around 3, 4, 5 just to see what's good, HJ. You up? You good?
Talking loud. Nigga.
Get you a glass of water. Yeah. Pump him up.
And I got a new catchphrase. Your gut need DEI. Your gut need DEI.
That was a good debut for that. I appreciated that the first time you said it. That was a good little debut.
You like that?
Yeah, I appreciated that.
Let's go. Clap it up, chat. Y'all be talking and shit, and then it take me a few days to really process what it is that was said. But when you mentioned the diversity of the microbiome, this was after last week's conversation in regards to GLP-1 and Serena and fiber and all of that, and then I went back and I read through the chapter again, and I read it to my son, and then I started doing some research, and I said, well, how many different types of bacteria are there in the gut? And the demons was like, nigga, we don't know.
Uncountable.
It said it was, we can't count that high. That's what the demons told me. We could not count that high. And we were talking last week about how the more diverse your food is, the more diverse your gut bacteria be, your microbiome. Yeah. So I've been experimenting since last week on getting a variety of foods in my diet, mostly fiber-rich foods. And I woke up one day and I walked in the bathroom and I said, damn, who's that sexy nigga in the motherfucker? my stomach muscles was showing through. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, it get different.
I had the Ozempic shot without the Ozempic.
That's what it is. That's literally what it is. That's literally what it is.
That's
on the
crazy.
last class we did, I had brothers sending in videos live doing 70 push-ups in 60 seconds, and people don't realize it's growing. Our religion, inspiration, our religion is growing.
Karast.
Karast, you know what I'm saying? It's growing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't wrestling with you. If it's Karast, it's Karast. For some folks, it's Christ. You know what I'm saying?
No, sir.
But listen, they can pronounce it as long as they understand. To come one, come all, we accepting everybody. Well, as long as because there's and we talk about this in the children's books. Like, this is one of the biggest principles that we spend a good bit of time in between quantum mechanics or quantum anatomy and the Bible. Because there's some tricks. Like, there's one crazy trick in the Bible that is like super mind blowing. Like, even my biggest critics, like Like it's like a weight fall on top. Like they can't. It's nothing you could do when when I reveal this simple like thing that you just go back through the Bible and you realize there's a trick being played on you, right? The trick being played on everybody is that the Bible is all in English, right? The Bible's not really all in English, right? The word spirit is not English. So that one word is totally confusing and obfuscating what the whole blueprint of the Bible is.
Spirit is breath.
Spirit is breath. So now it's very easy to let that roll up. Well, oh yeah, spirit is breath. Okay. Here's the thing. Open up the Bible now and go back and read any passage. And instead of saying the word spirit,
Say breath.
say the word breath. And you have an entirely new book. You have a book that you can't even believe you didn't understand this book before. So there are no Hebrew Israelites, there are no Christians, there are no Muslims, there's nobody that understands that book at the level that, that we understand it or teach it at, because they're having these conversations and it's like and it's like the battle of gibberish. You know what I'm saying? It's the battle of gibberish, the battle of jargon. You know what I'm saying? Because neither person in these debates understands what they're reading. You know what I'm saying? But if we read that and we make that translation, every time we see the word spirit, don't say the word spirit, say the word breath. It'd be a whole entirely new book. And that is the most obvious nexus between the Bible and Kemet. They both kind of hinge on that one thing, the breath. The Bible, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, God breathed the breath of man, breathed the breath into the nostrils of man and he became a living being. And then we have Khnum, right? Khnum creating man on the potter's wheel, right? And we got the Netchers putting the Ankh, putting the, and you read the stories that go along with it. It's Shu, the breath of life into the created man out of clay. So that's the door. That's the hinges of the door in Kemetic science and biblical science is the breath of life.
Jesus answered, very truly, I tell you, no one can enter the kingdom of God unless they are born of water and the breath.
Come on now.
Flesh gives birth to flesh, but the breath gives birth to the breath. You should not be surprised at my saying you must be born again. The wind blows wherever it pleases. Wow, it's talking about the wind.
Yeah.
You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. So it is with everyone born of the breath. Oh, wow.
It's a whole nother book.
It's a whole different book. I got another passage here. I want to give this to test drive. I got Galatians 5:22 to 23. Let's see if this one checks out the same way as the last one.
Everyone is going to do it.
Huh?
They're all going to be totally like it's.
Well, can I try it out? Can I take it for a test drive?
Sure. I just want to remind everybody, this is the symbol of beauty in Kemet. Like this is the most important thing in Kemet. The windpipe and the heart is the symbol of beauty. So that those two things, but go ahead.
But the fruit of the breath is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. Those who belong to Jesus Christ have crucified the flesh with its passions and desires. Since we live by the breath, let us keep in step with the breath. Oh, they was getting their steps in like the Apple Watch.
Don't let the gremlins get you. Listen, when you replace the word spirit with breath, the whole entire book changes.
Since we live by the breath, let us keep in step with the breath. Damn.
This is a really important moment to highlight. It's really important to go back to foundational things when your level of knowledge and understanding increases, right? Because
Right.
you start to unlock things that were not available to you with your previous level of knowledge and understanding. Because you read this as a kid or growing up in the church with other people that are not at that level of knowledge and understanding, and that's all you have. But as you go through the world and you get your own experience, you go through your own trials, you go through your own tribulations, you grow, break, grow, get better, and you start to experience everything that life has to offer. You come back and revisit these things, you often see new dimensions that were not available to you before. And that's part of what life is, right? Is that you go through and you explore and you find out what things mean to you, and then you come back and you revisit things from the past or revisit things that you thought you had a good foundational knowledge of. Like, so for one example, for me, the Black Star album. The first time I listened to it, I was like, man, this album's great. Second time I listened to it, I was like, man, this album's great, but I did not catch that the first time. The third time I listened to it, which was like maybe 6 years later, I was like, how did I not see this? And it always increases there, especially in music. When you go back, you listen to really good music that has all those hidden messages in it, the more your knowledge and understanding increases, the more subtle things you catch.
Yep, that's big facts. That's why sometimes, you listen to a song when you was a kid, like you said, you don't understand the words. Kids be singing lyrics they don't know what they saying. You get older, you like, wait, man, I was rapping about eating coochie? What the hell was that? I didn't know that.
So we actually had, there was some people, so we had 901 Day here the other day, and there was a girl that got up on stage with Project Pat singing Chicken Head, and social media has been all over that. It was a little white girl, I think she's like 9 years old, and she was singing at, I think, like a Mexican restaurant, so she went viral for doing that, and so everybody in the comments, oh, so we
Listen,
glorifying
that's the
this, we
same
glorifying
reason.
that. I was just like,
Listen,
yo, this is crazy.
that's the same reason why people was mad with Frank Ocean. You know what I'm saying? Because they realized, like, wait a minute.
He was talking about men's.
Man, you done had folks singing these love songs along with you. And the whole time you was like reverse engineering folks' minds. Like you wrote this is homeboy you singing this to? Like, what is going on?
Had it singing gay lyrics.
Hey, Luther gotta get smoked for that too if we give him Frank Ocean. Like, if we going down now. Then,
never too much, never too much, never too much.
Listen, we gonna fake it till we make it.
Oh, now it's fake it till we make it. Okay.
That's right. We're gonna assume that he wrote those in his straight moments. You know what I'm saying? Because Luther was, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna assume he wrote those in his straight moments. That might have been fat Luther. That might have been skinny Luther. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying?
Fat Luther, he wasn't with the shit yet. I remember everybody used to delineate, hey, that's skinny Luther, that's skinny
right.
Luther.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like we gotta be careful how we, who debit card we charge that to. That might have been skinny Luther versus fat Luther. He might have been delusional. Sometimes when you lose too much weight too quick, your memory, you start to get into, you get hypoglycemic, you know what I'm saying, and get wild out here. You know what I'm saying? Like he was,
The other thing,
from time to time pop out.
The other thing I noticed was, two things I noticed. So usually in my warm up, I do exactly 45 push-ups during my warm up. And last week, it was, by the time I got to 45, like I wanted to quit. Then I took 3 days off from the gym. Not because I wanted to, but because circumstances, right? Today I came back, I pumped out 45 push-ups. I was like, that shit was nothing.
You had like another 10 in the tank.
Word.
Yeah.
What was all that rest period about?
That's what the rest period is. That's the recovery.
Word.
Yeah, that's the recovery. You didn't allowed your muscles to rest. So a little bit of the hypertrophy, you done recruited some extra satellite cells.
Mm-hmm.
You done fed the muscles. They all overloaded with glycogen, you know what I'm saying? Like so there's a few different things that contributes to, when you take a couple days off and you come back. Because we panic. People panic when they don't work out for a few days. They think they losing muscle. You don't lose muscle in a couple of days.
Right.
Usually your performance increases because you're coming back well rested, and well rested, it includes new satellite cells, you know, and because you got new satellite cells, typically the muscles might be a little bit larger than they were last time.
Mm.
And so now you're able to store more glycogen, and that means you're going to get more out of your fast twitch muscles, typically, which are the ones that provide the real power when you exercising. You know what I'm saying? The slow twitch muscles kind of just like endurance, kind of, just repetition, and but the power is coming primarily from your fast twitch muscles, and that's where the glycogen is stored, and that's where you get the primary satellite cell recruitment, and when you hear hypertrophy and all that stuff, but that's really based on, water and oxygen. That goes back to this whole thing goes back to oxygen. This goes back to the breath. So a lot of people don't understand it's breath capacity that's determining strength. So that's another thing what people hear me, and they hear me with the Christ and the Quran thing, and the religion and the inspiration. They're like, "EnQi just making up his own religion." So they kind of like, there's some people that will brush it off, but the people that's in the know, when I say certain things, there might be 20 years worth of information that clicks in 1 second. They like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
What did they just say? That, oh, I'm about to go order 5 books right now because that was great. Because they understand that power in a muscle is based on, okay, so muscle fiber, right? So it's all about protein, protein, protein. Protein doesn't provide power in a muscle. Protein provides the structure that power functions through. The power in the muscle is going to be mitochondria activity. That's when they talk about muscle recruitment. That comes down to mitochondria activity. The mitochondria activity is based on your oxygen, which is the reason why when you just went through the book, it talks about how much more blood runs through your muscle when you're exercising. The more blood that goes through the muscle, the more oxygen you get into the muscle. The more oxygen you get in there, the more mitochondria activity you get in there, the more power you get in there. So everything really comes down to the breath. Everything comes down to the breath. So when a person is more healthy, when a person has more longevity, that's more breath, right? That's more of an exchange between, and even VO2 max. Like we spent the day the other day, we spent 4 hours on talking about things that people miss when they just look at VO2 max from an athlete perspective, right? Because VO2 max, one of the things that you pay attention to with VO2 max is the relationship of the hemoglobin to myoglobin, right? Because there's a transfer that has to happen from carrying oxygen from the hemoglobin, which is pigment that your blood is made out of, to the myoglobin, which is the pigment in the muscle. So people don't even know that muscle activity is pigment based, right? So the myoglobin is the pigment in the muscle that grabs the oxygen from the hemoglobin, right? So that's iron transport, pigment production, bile, gallbladder, liver activity. All of those things play a role in the production of heme, and making sure your heme and myoglobin transfer is right. Then you have the flexibility and structure of the heart itself, right? So now we're talking about vitamin A and vitamin E. It's just so many different components that is, VO2 max is it can cover outside of just like, can you run longer, or athletic performance. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of other facets to VO2 max that before we even had a concept of VO2 max, our ancestors taught in martial arts, right? So this is one of the reasons why I tell people all the time that the UFC and mixed martial arts ruined martial arts, because martial arts, fighting was only like the violence was only like a small part of martial arts. Martial arts was really about cultivating the spirit and longevity. And cultivating the spirit is cultivating the breath. So all forms of martial arts focused on different types of breathing patterns. You know what I'm saying? And so when we got to UFC, you had a lot of guys, especially with social media out, you had guys learn a few punches, they on steroids. They run down on a guy with, 20 years black belts. They punch him real hard. He fall out. They're like, look, my martial arts better than his because I just knocked him out. Like, you just totally reduced all of the spiritual sciences that we done built up over 3, 4, 5,000 years. A lot of people don't know that jujitsu doesn't even come from Brazil. Jujitsu doesn't even come from Japan. Jujitsu comes from Kemet.
We was ninjas.
Listen, jujitsu is on the walls in Kemet. Like, so it's not something that could be disputed. Like, the walls display all of the moves of jujitsu long before Japan had it or Brazil got it.
What?
These are onlyfacts.com. You could go check the Google demons. They'll tell you.
Let's see. I'm gonna ask the Google demons. Jitsu.
So while you're looking at the demons, I want to run back to the recovery part right quick.
Okay.
So all the stuff that EnQi said about glycogen and all that stuff, that's true. The other part too is CNS recruitment. So a lot of people don't realize the stress that weightlifting and exercise in general puts on your nervous system. So when you give your body a chance to recover, your body is able to recruit more muscles through your CNS. So when you give your central nervous system time to recover as well, you also begin to recruit more through your nervous system. So that's the other part of the recovery that helps as well as giving your energy stores back.
My nervous system?
Yeah, your nervous system is a really big part of exercise, especially with resistance training.
But how does that deal with rest? Like, my nervous system needs rest?
Yes, your nervous system needs rest.
You trolling? Are you okay? So everything. So it's heart, then it's brain, then it's muscle. So when you think of something, your brain has to generate the impulse that goes from the brain to the spine to the muscle for the muscle to act. So contraction and relaxing starts in the brain, and then you have the ionic, the electric impulse that has to be generated over and over again to get from the brain to the muscle.
So why does the nerves don't need no rest? Your nervous system don't need no rest. Why does it need rest?
What? Everything needs rest and recovery because
electricity, man. That's the nerves and the nervous system. That's electricity, man. That shit's never at rest.
Right, but here's the thing: your body runs on resources, so it's not necessarily always about rest in the traditional way we think of rest, because we're programmed to equate rest with sleep. But you have to have the resources. Your body uses up resources. You know what I'm saying? And as your body uses up resources, your body needs time of low usage so it can stockpile again. And when you're looking at neurons or nerves, you have two levels of primary resources being used. You have the phospholipid membrane generating electricity on one level, right? Which is driven by, chloride, calcium, magnesium, sodium, But underneath that, you have all of the mitochondria because your neurons and your nerves have the most, they have like, so an average cell may have like 500 mitochondria in it. Your neurons and your nerves have up to 1 million, 2 million, 3 million mitochondria in them.
Neurons too.
That's what I'm talking about. Neurons and nerves. Neurons and nerves is pretty much the same type of cells. Just nerves are a lot bigger in most cases.
Okay.
Just to simplify, but they have a lot more mitochondria. So this is resource heavy. That's why muscle is so expensive in terms of resources used up in your body. And this is why you can only carry a natural, like there's an amount of muscle you can carry naturally.
Right.
Right. And to go beyond that, you have to use synthetic things because you have to take your body outside its natural capacity.
So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 4 days of rest I had tonight. Sunday we went out, we did a little canoeing. It wasn't nothing intense. We were just, a little paddle here or there. What was happening during that rest period in my nervous system?
So like EnQi said, you're starting to stockpile those resources again. Any kind of damage is being healed. And your CNS is actually starting to recruit new muscle fibers that are growing. So now it has a greater connection to the muscle fibers that are in the area. So sometimes when you train, so you can train for hypertrophy and you can train for strength. And so sometimes the regimen that you're doing will train your CNS to recruit more muscle fiber to give you, and it'll be the same amount of muscle fiber that's already there, but it activates more of it because you have a stronger connection to the muscle fiber that's already there. So that's where your strength training comes from, but your hypertrophy is where your muscles get bigger. So you're trying to get in a space where your muscles get bigger and you're able to utilize more of them. But that's why sometimes you'll have people that 175 pounds don't have a lot of muscle, but they bench press like 350. They have greater CNS recruitment of their muscles than a person that has bigger muscles, somebody that's maybe like 225 but can only bench like 275. So their muscles might be bigger, but you're not utilizing them at the extent that the 175-pound person is because their nervous system is activating more of the muscle fiber that's actually there.
Listen, bodybuilders know this, but they don't know it. So bodybuilders know it, but they don't know it because they don't know all of the details to it, but they can feel it and they can experience it. And that's where you have the phrase mind muscle connection come in. So they know it, but they don't know it. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't know that there's the motor cortex and this part of the brain is going from this part to that part. They just know that when they lock in mentally, that they get a whole different type of level of working out to like it's another level to the workout. But that has a large part to do with the brain. You know what I'm saying? And nerve activity, parasympathetic, sympathetic. Then you go into the brain to the rectangle, what the medulla oblongata, and inside the medulla oblongata you have the Botzinger complex that's controlling breath rate. So there's an activity that has to take place between the heart and the brain back and forth to regulate how muscles. That's why I'm saying like muscle activity, like if we reduce testosterone down to just big muscles, like it's a whole lot that we're missing, bro. Like it's a lot more. Anabolic and catabolic hormones have a lot more to do in your body than just like build muscle or break muscle down. Like it's not. That's why it becomes dangerous because we underestimate what we're doing. We think that we're just playing around with muscle size, and that's not what we're doing. We're playing around with heart work, with cardiovascular work, with brain function, with nerve function. Sometimes you overstimulate the nerves, and you can get you can get loss of nerve connection. You know what I'm saying? Even people that are obese. sometimes they're not getting the results that they want because they have poor nerve connection with their fat tissue, right? Because it's nerves that's telling the fat tissue to open up and, let my people go, like free the fats. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But let me ask you, because I know you hit the Google demons. Did the Google demons lie to you when you went to go search jujitsu in ancient Egypt or Kemet?
Oh, I gotta check on light skin. Keisha, her boobs might be sitting up now.
What just happened?
She been doing her push-ups. She been trying to fix the tits, so I'm just checking up on her to make sure they look all right. She's one of she's
No
patient.
comment. No comment. Just go ahead to the jujitsu.
That's patient zero. She's patient
TMI.
zero.
That's TMI. That's
Patient zero. You got to know about this, man. This Hotep stand lore. Jiu-jitsu. I asked the demons. I said, "Was jiu-jitsu on the walls of Kemet?" And the demons, slightly. Let's go.
what you got there.
More walnuts, more push-ups. Let's go, Keisha. There is indeed historical evidence of martial arts, particularly wrestling, depicted on the walls of ancient Egypt tombs and monuments, including locations in Kemet. The tombs of Beni Hassan, dating back to the Middle Kingdom around 2000 BCE, are particularly famous for their extensive murals depicting hundreds of detailed wrestling scenes, including various holds, throws, and counters. These depictions are so detailed that they have been compared to ancient instruction manuals for wrestling techniques.
Now, listen, let's stop right there for a second. They're violating you every time they say wrestling. I just want you to understand. That's how they downplay. That's how they violate them. They keep saying wrestling, and then when we think wrestling, we think WWF. So it's very disrespectful in how they keep splashing the word wrestling around. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not that. Google demons have said enough. Now click on some images for Beni Hassan, and so you can look
I finish
at
reading
these
this?
things. Okay, go ahead. And then we go to the images.
These depictions are so detailed they have been compared to ancient instruction manuals for wrestling techniques. Some sources even suggest that the Greeks may have learned wrestling techniques from the Egyptians, implying
Ain't
potential.
no suggesting. Come on, bro. They violate. See, all that I get, see, this is why I'm saying, you know what it is? This is why they can't stop me. This is why I'm unstoppable, because when I start talking, it's a fact, and you know it, because you be looking at the chat. I don't be paying attention, but there's a contingent of people that be like, "Oh, there go EnQi claiming Kemet started it again." Like, because we be having these conversations. I be like, "Well, they did that in Kemet first," and then there's a contingency of people that be, "Come on, EnQi, they didn't do everything in Kemet." And then the receipt game just be so crazy. like yo, the receipt game is crazy. Yeah. So when you go to the walls of Beni Hassan, anybody that has ever studied jujitsu, they're going to know that's the origin of jujitsu. Until somebody has something older than those walls, that's the origin of jujitsu.
So it says here, implying a potential influence on Greco-Roman wrestling. However, it's important to clarify the connection to jujitsu. While the ancient Egyptian depictions show grappling and ground fighting techniques, it's inaccurate to directly label them as jujitsu. Modern jiu-jitsu, especially Brazilian jiu-jitsu, has a distinct historical lineage back to Japan and then to Brazil. What these ancient depictions demonstrate is that sophisticated forms of grappling and hand-to-hand combat were practiced and documented in Kemet millennia before the development of what we know today as jiu-jitsu.
That's where it get disrespectful, because see, jiu-jitsu is China, and Brazil got it from Japan, but see, they're missing, like Japan invented it. No. Japan got it. Japan got it from the lineage that Damo left. Damo from India. Damo got it from Kemet. It starts right there. There's a lineage. That's why one of the most important things in any martial art is lineage. People from outside of the martial arts space, they don't understand how important that is. That's why you got YouTube pages where they be exposing fake black belts, because the lineage in martial arts is that specific. It's not about belts. It's about who gave you that belt. You got a black belt? Okay, who gave you that belt? Because we can contact him or his people right now and verify your belt.
Master Chun.
Master Chun better pick up that phone when we call, or we getting ready to beat the brakes off you right here about that belt. Like it's very serious in the martial arts world. Like you
I
can't
hope
be
you pick
faking.
up. I hope you pick up.
Man. And the only real difference between Brazilian jiu-jitsu and what they do in Japan is that in Brazil, they just really cultivated the throws and the grappling, which is the reason why wrestling becomes such a heavy part of the conversation because traditional Japanese jiu-jitsu includes punches, kicks, swords, weapons, like it's a full spectrum martial art where Brazil they just locked into most of the ground game and the wrestling and the choking and things like that.
So
You know,
what do you want me to look up for these pictures? Benny
Hassan. Yeah, if you go to Benny Hassan, you'll see
Benny
the
Hassan.
jiu-jitsu catalog is there on the walls.
Jiu-jitsu.
No, just go to the Tomb of Benny Hassan and you should be able to look at the Tomb of Benny Hassan. You'll see it on the pictures there.
All right, Benny Hassan tomb. Let's look at the pictures. Let's look at the pictures. This is the fight. Oh.
See, I can't see what you're seeing. That's the if y'all watching, this is the handicap we got. I can suggest things, but I can't see what he's seeing or pulling up.
That's a DDT right there. Wait, what is this? Is this a leg takedown? What is this? Is a suplex right here. This nigga, this nigga power bomb. This is a power bomb right here.
Stop that with your WWE.
That's a hip toss. Oh shit.
Not only that,
this right here is jujitsu. I see him. This he's breaking the legs and the arm right there.
Not only that, if you notice, they got on belts. So it's not even just it's the whole entire thing. It's the whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're wearing belts.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? So martial arts is very strict with the lineage. You know what I'm saying? It's very strict with the lineage. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that, we just don't understand. You know what I'm saying? But again, the whole importance of the conversation, not to get lost in the universe of martial arts, is the science of the breath. The science of the breath was the most important thing in terms of martial arts. When you're learning how to build power, you're learning how to channel the breath. Even boxers, that's why boxers do a lot of running, they do a lot of jumping rope because they're building up their cardiovascular system. The way they stand, the way they move their body, their torso is allowing them to channel more power in the punch. Channeling more power in the punch, building the speed, those things are all about oxygen transfer, how oxygen is moving through the body. The way oxygen moves through the body is the way electricity moves through the body. It's the way magnetism is controlled in your body. So all of those things goes together. You know what I'm saying? Those things are not separated. It's just, language causes us to separate these things. So when we go back to Kemet and we see that, we have Shu and we have Khnum, right? Khnum becomes a very important player in our concepts of, so that's why really our religion of inspiration is really just a throwback to the original, the blueprint, because the Bible was written on the island of Khnum.
What?
The Bible was written on the island of Khnum. Look at, he is going Google demon crazy.
The Bible was written. The idea that the entire Bible was written on the island of Khnum is incorrect, sir. That's what the demon said.
No, the demon.
It says there are, however, significant connections between ancient Egyptian islands like the Elephantine Island
Stop right there. The Elephantine Island is the island of Canaan. And the Elephantine Island is where the Old Testament, that's where when you talk about the priests that wrote the Old Testament, we're not talking about New Testament. We're talking about Old Testament. That's where that was written
It
at.
says Jewish biblical history.
But see, the problem is when they say Jewish biblical history, right? A lot of us stop right there. But all we got to do is go one step further to find out that the Elephantine Island is located inside the Nile River. So what does that mean when we find out that the Bible history goes to Elephantine Island and Elephantine Island is in the Nile River? Is that now Jewish history or is that Kemetic history? What are we talking about?
The island of Elephantine.
The Elephantine Island or the island of Elephantine. You do what you want to do with it.
I asked the demons, Old Testament island. The discovery of ancient papyri on the island has provided invaluable context for the understanding of the Jewish community in the Persian period. These documents shed light on the beliefs and practices of a Jewish military garrison that lived on the island during the 5th. Wow, these people was right there in Kemet.
Correct. And it goes crazy when you start to read the letters that they found on the Elephantine Island of the Jewish community. Because guess what the Jewish people, the original Jewish people were doing? Praising Ra and praising Khnum, praising who's here.
A cache of legal contracts, letters, and administrative documents written in Imperial Aramaic, a language also used in parts of the biblical books of Ezra and Daniel. A second temple, the papyri, confirmed the existence of a Jewish temple dedicated to the god Yahu or Yahweh on Elephantine. Mm-hmm. This temple operated in parallel with the one in Jerusalem and seemingly in violation of Deuteronomic law, which stipulated that sacrifices be offered only in Jerusalem. The document suggests the Elephantine Jews' religion included elements of polytheism, as they appear to have worshipped other deities alongside Yahoo, possibly reflecting their multicultural environment. The papyri.
Listen. We're going into rarefied space right here. See, these are the things that's in the books. Now, the people that don't have the book, see, people like, well, what is in all of these books that EnQi? There's a lot of different things that's in these books that we discusses. There's a lot of different things that we discusses in these books because the Elephantine Island, aka the island of Khnum, right? See, there's a lot of history about Khnum that we're not really thinking about. You know what I'm saying? But like the pyramids was dedicated to Khnum, and the island of Khnum just happens to be, Elephantine Island where they done the first temple to Yahweh is also a temple of Khnum. Like when you get deeper and deeper to this history, it gets crazy. It gets crazy because then we go to the royal seal. The oldest royal seal that we find for the Israelites has Kepra on it, the beetle.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's anyway. Let's just bring it back to the breath. Let's come on back to the heart and the breath, right? Because this has been.
We got here because you said they was fighting on the walls of Egypt.
Beni Hassan. Did you show the people the walls there? Did you show Beni Hassan the walls?
Yeah. Hold on. I want to see what Beni Hassan looks like. Tanei, you heard of this stuff before?
Mm-mm. This is all new to me.
This is new to me too. I think I heard the name Beni Hassan. I thought it was a podcaster. This is crazy.
No, yeah, it's a tomb. It's a tomb. So it's in the side of like a mountain type of vibe. You know what I'm saying? So it don't really, it's not like
we got pictures of him. Oh wait, here you go.
No, you got pictures, but it's not like
black as hell.
It's not like a scenic joint, you know what I'm saying? Where
right.
You get to see like pyramids and statues, and no, this is this is where they was doing the building on the inside.
Right. And there's black people on the walls.
Of course. This Kemet we talking about. They gotta use other names. It's like that's why like when you gotta you gotta dig a little deeper because like we hear Elephantine Island and they go, oh yeah, the Jewish history goes back to Elephantine Island. And if we just leave it there, it'll just stay right there. But when we figure out, like, wait a minute, Elephantine Island is in the Nile River. This is in Kemet. So what are we saying here? Like, so we got to have some other conversations. Just like these folks running around talking about, oh yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls, Dead Sea Scrolls. Like, whoa. Do y'all realize where the Dead Sea Scrolls come from? The Dead Sea Scrolls comes from Kemet. They wasn't in no Jerusalem is like they come from Kemet.
Where was they found?
Ask the Google demons.
Near the ancient settlement of Qumran.
Yeah, just type in Dead Sea Scrolls in ancient Egypt. Let's just get more specific and see what they say.
Let's see. Found in a series of caves in the cliffs around the ancient settlement of Qumran. So we got to see, where's Qumran? Where is
Listen, all this stuff
Qumran?
is right. It's Egypt.
I don't know where Qumran is. West Bank. One dry plateau 1 mile from the northwestern shore of the Dead Sea. Is that? Where's the Dead Sea? We tried to go over geography last week. I ain't do too good, EnQi. Can you name all the what's the name by I?
All the who by I?
All the countries in Africa?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't even attempt it.
Okay, I don't feel so
No,
bad.
yeah, I'm definitely not Mr. Geography. Sometimes I get excited and I'll be all over the place. So
Dead Sea. They said the Dead Sea is in Israel and Jordan. But then there's that whole lore of Kemet extended out there.
that's another part of the difference between Egypt and Kemet. All of that whole area was Kemet. If we go back to the time of Akhenaten and before, all of that whole space was Kemet. What we see as Egypt right now is a very, very small fraction of what Kemet was. Yeah, what we're seeing right now is a very small fraction of what Kemet was.
All right, so coming back to VO2 max now that we done went down the rabbit hole.
Elephantine Island.
Yeah, we done went to we done went to jiu-jitsu land. We was wrestlers. We wasn't wrestlers. We was jitsus. We was ninjas.
Man, listen, I'm telling you, all these things is from Kemet, man. All this stuff is from Kemet.
That's just crazy. That's just crazy.
Yeah, I think Kemet was 4 times as large as it is right now at the time of Akhenaten.
You said what?
I think Kemet was 4 times the size as it is now. When we look on the map,
Yeah,
it was 4 times as large
at that
the
time.
time of Akhenaten. Yeah.
Right.
Because depending on who was sitting on the throne and what, how they was moving in the kingdom determined the size.
Right.
When you go into war, people taking over different plots, and now this is Persian, or this is Nubian, or this is, so there's different time periods where Kemet extended, you know what I'm saying? But if we go back to start dating things and put things in timeline perspective of what culture was where at what time, we'll see that Kemet extended a lot. The education of Kemetic philosophy extended a lot further than what we are taught today.
Right.
And so did the geography. The geography goes along with the kingdom. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out Dr. Feels Good. Tonight, how do we measure VO2 max? Is there a way I can go in the gym tomorrow and measure my VO2 max, or do I need a machine or something for
You need a
this?
machine. Most of the time, they have people hooked up to a machine that can actually measure, like, your breathing rate, how much oxygen you're processing and stuff. Most of the time, when they do those measurements, they do it under strict protocols and have machines that measure all that stuff.
Okay. All
Yeah, you
right.
put a face mask on. Back in the day, so 50 Cent was the one who made it popular.
Oh, yeah, that first video, right?
In the club video,
Yeah.
when he was on the treadmill and he had all that stuff hooked up to him, that was VO2 max. Before that video, it was really only like athletes and stuff that knew what that was. When he did that in the video, then it kind of went to the street. You know what I'm saying? And it was like a money thing, but I got shot 9 times, so I got to recover, so he was showing, like his workout ethic of recovering from, at the $1 million level, you know what I'm saying? But the
Which is
science has
impressive for being shot 9 times.
it is. But the science has evolved to the point where you no longer need like that whole $1 billion man kind of setup. You know what I'm saying? You can go to Amazon and get you a nice little face mask that can give you like you can do your VO2 max at the house now. Like you don't need the
Glam said her Apple Watch measures VO2 max.
It's
yeah.
kind of like an approximation.
I was about to say
It
that's
is really
not
close, but it's not
yeah.
100%.
That's not this that's calculating like heart rate and some averages on heart rate because heart rate it has a direct correlations to breathing pattern and resting heart rate determines, kind of like it gives you a good idea of how well your body's using oxygen. If you have a low resting heart rate, if you're healthy and you have a low resting heart rate, you know what I'm saying, you Gucci. You know what I'm saying? But if your resting heart rate is 70, 80, 90, you getting, the further your resting heart rate gets away from 60, the more trouble you potentially in. But you really got to measure the gas. You know what I'm saying? You got to measure your gas, your CO2 and your oxygen to get an accurate read on VO2 max.
I
So,
will say though that a lot of the stuff like your wearables and like the phone measurements and stuff, they are decent approximations for a lot of stuff. So if you don't have access to a lot of the sophisticated stuff, or you don't have the cash to get some of the sophisticated stuff, a lot of the approximations that you get in your wearables and on your phone, they're good enough for you to be able to track
Yeah,
stuff.
I swear by the Apple Watch, so don't think I'm hating at all. I swear by the wearables, but it's just, you just got to keep in mind that these are approximations. It's not like the same as the gas exchange, like getting a specific joint done.
Sauce, I got the respiration mask. He talked about the mid 2010s. Those, remember the mask you put on and you adjusted nozzles, it would let less oxygen in so
Oh,
you
I
could
definitely
increase.
got that. I got that downstairs. I got two of them, but that's not that's not that. That is to help you increase your
That's what I'm
VO2
saying.
max.
That's
Yes,
what I'm saying.
absolutely.
Yeah. Because
Absolutely.
you
And
got
those
to
and
work
those
out
work.
with less oxygen.
And those work because they mimic high altitude. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but guess what? Guess where they got that from?
Kemet.
They did. Because
Stop.
Africa
Come
got
on, Enqi. I ain't get everything from Kemet.
a lot of it. Yeah, I mean,
We was
Africa's high
VO2
altitude.
max.
Listen, Africa's high altitude. So when people from America and Europe go to visit certain places in Africa, they may need to take their time or they got to take drugs or medication to be able to breathe in certain places. That's a fact.
So where's the Apple Watch in Kemet? Show me what his VO2 max is in Kemet. Dude, you said
No,
they
no,
had the
no, no. You
mask in
trolling. You
Kemet?
trolling. No, I ain't saying the mask came from. I'm talking about high altitude breathing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Altitude is higher on average in Africa, you know what I'm saying, in a lot of places that people go to visit. So they have to have, you know what I'm saying, it's like playing basketball and, where Joker and them play at?
Dallas.
In Denver, yeah.
Denver. You know what I'm
I'll
saying?
say
Denver.
the one time that I went to Denver, I was expecting to have like trouble breathing. I really didn't have it. It felt really similar. Like I don't know if it was just you know, but Denver's called the Mile High City, so I mean because it is a mile above sea level, so theoretically, air is a little bit thinner, a little bit less oxygen concentration in the air, so you should have problems breathing. But I didn't really have any problems when I went to
I
Denver.
mean, if you're just walking around, you might not notice it.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm
mean
saying?
that's
But if
probably
you're
what
trying
it
to
is.
play a sport, you're gonna
Yeah.
definitely notice the difference.
So that's kind of why it's a little bit more impressive, which is kind of like super unrelated, but what Dion is doing at Colorado Boulder, like there's like people are not talking about how those guys have to train in those conditions.
That's a
So
fact.
those guys they're in really good shape.
That's a
So
What you
fact.
mean?
In fact, Terrence Crawford and Canelo, they just went. They did a whole little special on them training high altitude to prepare for they upcoming fight.
Really?
Yeah, because the high altitude it stimulates your body, your kidneys to produce more erythropoietin or EPO. EPO is naturally produced in the body, but it's also sold on the black market as a steroid. That that's the steroid, the main steroid that the guy who won all of the bike races, you know what I'm saying?
Lance Armstrong, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one he was using. That's the same one that the UFC dude accused LeBron of using, Chael Sonnen. He said LeBron was using EPO. But that's produced by your kidney to signal your bone marrow to produce more blood cells. More blood cells, more oxygen you can carry. Typically, in an environment higher altitude, is less oxygen. So, in order to get the same amount of blood circulating to the tissues, you need to have, like twice as much blood cells, floating around. So, you have to take your hydration level up, so you have more volume, and then yeah, you have to take your hydration level up because you can get blood clots and different, it's a bunch of different risks associated. You know what I'm saying? But
So what was they doing? What was Dion doing? Tanai?
That's not they're doing anything specific, but with Colorado being in Boulder, Boulder's not that far from Denver. Like matter of fact,
yeah,
you could think
Uh,
about Boulder as being a suburb of Denver.
yeah, they
So
high
them training
altitude.
in that altitude, yeah, those guys are in really good shape.
oh. Somebody said that's why Travis Hunter's on a different level as well. Wow,
Travis Hunter's on a
interesting.
different level because he just focused in, zero social life, and just totally focused in on the game.
Mm-hmm.
He's an example of hard work. I don't like people taking, attributing his success to anything besides. I think he's the epitome of what hard work could get you in any space, whatever it is. If you just live it, sleep, eat, sleep, like that's just the thing you do. I think Travis Hunter is a real good example of
Well,
that.
he definitely looks like a gorilla, So there's some ancient.
Unnecessary roughness. He's just not as handsome. He's he's not that handsome. So he didn't, have that many options. He had to focus in on
He
sports.
got that original man DNA.
No, sir. No, sir.
You want to know what the
No, sir.
first human on Earth looked like? He looked like
It's
Travis
getting
Hunter.
close to 10 o'clock. The gremlins that had a little bit of water. The fried chicken finna come out in a little bit. We finna
It's
just
coming
start.
out right
Finna
now. It's coming
finna
out
pop out.
right now.
It's just finna start popping out.
We cannot let him have a nap before the show again.
I had another question for y'all before we got sidetracked here. I've been having frequent bowel movements. My bowel movements have been more frequent since I went into this high fiber diet too. Is there any benefits to that as well?
Of course. The more poop, the better. Yeah,
The more poop, the better. Wow.
that's super. Yeah, that's amazing. That benefits everything. That benefits everything. All your nutrition starts there. Your hydration starts there. Your nutrition starts there. Everything starts
Huh?
there. The cleaner your intestines and your colon is, like that
Oh,
impacts
that's
everything.
right. Cause that's where the
Unintended.
That's what the aluminum or whatever that thing is called. Yeah. I forgot what it's called, that part of the, you know what I'm saying?
Just
Yo, I remember one time I went to go meet the Moringa client, right? And before I went to go see them, I had OD'd on Moringa.
his segue game is crazy.
And so I got to the client. I said, I'll be right back. I had to rush to the bathroom, and it came straight out. It was
and 40 minutes.
It was-
Hour and 40 minutes. And
Hold
bring
on.
it back to Moringa. That was,
He
so
thought you forgot. He thought you forgot. That's what
right. He was waiting. Like he really was on his feet. I've been patiently waiting for the track to explode. Like,
so I had a huge explosion, but when I came out, like I had this like great mental clarity following that bowel movement. Like I was super laser focused.
no, the bowels is the key to everything. You know what I'm saying? And that comes from comedic papyri. Just saying. Onlyfacts.com. But yeah, the bowels is the key to everything. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of our energy is bogged down, like just on a simple level. A lot of our energy is bogged down by excess activity going on that we don't need. Like we stay regular, but we're not groomed socially to understand what regular is. A lot of people poop one time a day or once every other day, and they believe that that's healthy. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to have as many poops as you have meals. If you eat 3-5 times a day, you should poop 3-5 times a day. You know what I'm saying? Like you should poop regularly. Every time you have a meal, you need to have like that. You need to have that many poops per day. If you get into the point where you pooping 2-3 times per week, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. You're building up some nasty creatures in your colon. And
I seen the carnivore diet people bragging about that. They said I haven't taken a shit in 3 days.
That's
Yeah.
what killing me, man. I was like,
You seen that before, right, Tanei?
I was like, yeah, y'all super backed up, son.
yeah, because what they're doing is that's the art of war, Sun Tzu. So the people that are selling them on the idea of the carnivore diet, they're turning weaknesses into strengths. So when people go on the carnivore diet, they're like, man, I'm not pooping. The people that are selling them on the idea is like, yeah, that's the good part. Pull up something on that real quick. Well, what's happening is your meals are so bioavailable, you don't have anything left over to poop. Yeah, so that's what's happening. You're just no. The people is
Actually, that's what they said. You're right. That's what they said. The food is so good that your body doesn't have to.
Allfraud.com. Your peristaltic wave is triggered with water and fiber. Your body's designed. Photosynthesis is the source of like photosynthesis is the blueprint. You know what I'm saying? So fiber is a part of how your body functions. Not only does fiber help your peristaltic wave, but also the bacteria that live in the colon are waiting for the fiber.
So right quick, the peristaltic wave is the waves that come like through your digestive tract that pushes food through your digestive tract. You have muscle contractions that help it move through.
Yeah, smooth muscle. So you got cardiac muscle, skeletal muscle, and smooth muscle. The smooth muscle is all of the muscle on the inside of your body, outside of the heart, basically. And all of your like tubes are pretty much made out of smooth muscle. So going back to martial arts taught knee Dan, Wei Dan, right? So you had the outer and the inner, right? And so the inner and the outer, so now we have, and so they had like macro circulation, micro circulation, but all of these older concepts from hundreds or thousands of years ago mirror concepts that we might just be stumbling onto nowadays with science. You know what I'm saying? So there's a rich source of hidden jewels when we go back to, our ancestors for some of this information. You know what I'm saying? But having healthy, smooth muscle is more important for your longevity than skeletal muscle. You know what I'm saying? If we had to put one against the other, skeletal muscle is the least important for getting you to 100 or 120 years old, right? Cardiac muscle first, then smooth muscle, because smooth muscle kind of extends, and supports the cardiac muscle, and then skeletal muscle, which also supports cardiac function as well, but you know what I'm saying? We in the world of excess. So we in the world of extreme fitness where people want to take their testosterone level from 500 or 600 to 2000 or 2500, which is insane.
Mm. Mm. Damn.
But every exercise is based on the breath. Every exercise is based on oxygen. That's literally what the pump is. When we exercise, like we doing arms and we look at the bicep and we go, ooh, look at my bicep swollen. I got the pump. That pump is the excess blood flow that was bringing the extra oxygen so you could get the work done.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get the electricity from the mitochondria and the water. The electrogenesis and aquagenesis is based on oxygen delivery. So all of those things depending on your rate of respiration, your lung health, how your lungs and your heart work together, the thickness of the pulmonary membrane,
Mm-hmm.
what percentage of every breath gets to cross through that barrier. How much oxygen, how much gas are you pulling deep into the alveoli versus the top half of your lungs?
Mm.
A lot of people don't bring air down deep enough. So they don't even get the full maximum, they don't get the full maximum benefit of each breath. You're
Yeah, that's
blowing.
what we was taught in martial arts, is to breathe right down into the lower part, down
Yeah.
into the diaphragm.
Yeah, because that's where the main pulmonary, membrane, the exchange is, you know what I'm saying, to where the carbon dioxide goes out and the fresh oxygen goes in.
So you know something that's really interesting about breathing too, to kind of segue into that. A lot of people when they think about breathing, they think about breathing up, but your nasal passage goes horizontal. So when you breathe slower, it pulls more air through your nasal passage and you're able to process oxygen better because you're not pulling it up into your sinuses, you're pulling it back and back towards your throat, and you're able to fill your nasal cavity up with more air, which lets you be able to process more oxygen.
Press one
That's
in
a
the chat
fact.
if you started taking slow breaths right when he said that.
Yeah,
Press
because
one in the chat if you started taking slow breaths right when he said it. I know I
And you
did.
can feel it too. Like you can feel like there's more oxygen going like towards like the back of your head versus going up this way.
nothing's going up. That's imaginary. Like
Mad Dog
Cardi
said I'm
B,
annoyed.
like Cardi B knew some imaginary players. That's imaginary players. There's no oxygen going up. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's how we taught. We taught backwards. You know what I'm saying? We taught these crazy ideas. You know what I'm saying? But that's why in Kemet, the back of the nose was called the home of the gods.
Mmm.
Yeah, because everything was based on smell. You know what I'm saying? The olfactory system. Everything was based on smell and oxygen and breath. The god Shu. You know what I'm saying? That's where Kanun is so important. That he's the centerpiece in the Bible. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. You know what I'm saying? Like that story came right off the walls, but we lose the significance when we forget that the term ruach, the Hebrew term, or the Latin spirit, or the Greek term pneuma, these are the three words that seem like they've been translated into English, and so all throughout the Bible, the word spirit is used over and over, but all of those words mean breath.
I've seen pneuma before. Yeah, I've seen that before.
Yeah, because you get pneumonia. That's where the word pneumonia comes from.
Yeah, right in your lungs. Yeah.
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 Listen, they just play. A lot of this stuff is word games. That's what's happening. We get comfortable with this idea that English is a language, and English is not really a language. English is high level ebonics. English is high level. It is because English is a repository of a whole bunch of pieces from other languages.
Right.
So it's a whole bunch of French, a whole bunch of German, and then it got a whole bunch of splashes from all over the place. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But that's what it is. You take 48% of German, 52%, it's the main parts is French and German.
German's the main part.
No, it's more French than German.
No, it's more German than French.
I promise you it's more French than German.
I promise you it's more German than French.
Every single word in the English language that ends with the letters I-O-N is French.
The language is German.
It's not.
It is.
Let's see what the Google demons say.
Let's ask the Google demons.
If the Google demons say it's more German, then I'll tap out.
English is more German or French. Let's see. The Google demons about to settle it right now.
I'll tap out.
English shares ancestry with German as a Germanic language, but has also borrowed heavily from French.
Okay, that doesn't give
Hotep,
us
you're
a
a genius.
percentage.
HotepJesus.com.
Let's try that again with a percentage. Let me see.
Okay, let's do a percentage.
What
What percentage is German versus French?
Look what kind of
Let's see.
huge search is that? What percentage of English?
French is around 28 to 29% of the English dictionary. German is 25 to 26.
Booyah! So
Wait a
more
second.
French than German.
While French contributes a larger percentage of the total English vocabulary, the most common and frequent used words in French are of German origin. So the most,
That's a fact.
the
So
most.
here's how that goes. Let me tell you how that went. So this is why we got a lot of times we got at least two ways to say something.
Right.
So the poor people use German. The more proper use French. And so that's how society.
Oh,
is
so when we
divided.
start learning them fancy words, we starting to get into that French shit.
Right. So question is a French word. Ask is a German word.
Wow.
So the long fancy version is the French, the upper society. You know what I'm saying? The short words, the 3-letter, 4-letter, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, that's more German. So as you go up in education, typically you lean more towards your French and your Latin. Your romance, your romance. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? You start
You get
leaning-
into the Romance languages.
yeah, that North African, the Etruscan, Kemet,
I mean,
Wait
the
a
show is
second.
called KeMedicine, so you gotta run that.
yeah.
Wait a
That's it.
second. How does it go back to Kemet? I gotta ask.
I've traced it as far as North Africa. I haven't traced it directly into Kemet.
Okay.
But there are a lot of loan words and concepts, you know what I'm saying? It's in one of these books. It's a lot of loan words and concepts that haven't really been changed. They go straight from Kemet on through down to modern usage today.
This language argument is really interesting because people talk a lot about things being lost in translation, right? And when you start to really think about how reductionist English is as a language, it's kind of sad, right? Because I think you miss a lot of explanation. You also miss a lot of beauty, right? And things that we say that are very simple, like I miss you. In other languages, it'll be like, my heart has pain because you're gone. That's much more impactful to say to somebody than just say, I miss you. But that's the only way you can really express yourself in the English language because it's so reduced to just what the words are versus what they actually mean.
That was good.
Damn.
That was
Clip it.
nice. That was nice and scholarly.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that was nice and scholarly. That was professional. That was clean, right?
Fellas, that's what you got to text these hoes, man.
Here we go.
My heart
Here we
has
go. The gremlins
pain.
get a hold of it. And it was just...
Man, he just had to filthy it up.
My heart
That
has
was nice
pain.
and clean.
My heart has pain because
Yeah,
you
fellas,
not
that's
here.
what you gotta tell the whole man. Not even women. Just that's not it. Tell that to your mama. Call your mama and tell your mama my heart has pain because I miss you. Man. I ain't speak to you in long. You reduced it to hoes.
Mad Dog, can I dox you tomorrow? Can I dox your story tomorrow? We got to tell her story. I got some questions. I'm gonna need you to be available for the questions tomorrow. She has a little dating experience, and I have a few questions about that experience. All right, that's what's up. I got a few questions about your dating experience. All right, so bringing it back now. Wait, what was I gonna ask y'all? So I saw a decrease in body fat. I had the bowel movements. Oh, I did that thing you said, Tanei, eating in the middle of the workout.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's something else that changed this week that I think made me stronger.
Yeah, more glycogen. More
Especially the
glucose.
fast carbs, yeah.
Yeah, more
So
sugar.
today I did coconut water mid-workout because I figured that'd be a good substitute for Gatorade. Last week I was doing apples in the middle of the workout. Which one
Okay,
is...
so here's the thing. When you go coconut water, right?
Mhm.
You're tapping into that other part, right? So the sugar and the electrolytes kind of like two different pockets.
Okay.
So the sugar is a substrate for, Krebs cycle, mitochondria, energy,
Mm-hmm.
that's the direction sugar's going in. Slow twitch muscle, oxidative phosphorylation, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
But the electrolytes is going more into the nerve, it's that's a different
Coming back to what we was
going
talking
back
about
to
earlier.
yeah, going back to what we was talking about earlier. So when you come with, because I remember what we was talking about originally was Tanai had his Rice Krispie treat with his coconut water. And so,
Right.
So
he
I
got
was
the
saying
sugar
that
and electrolytes.
right, and I was saying like he was really like that actually is a lot better than a lot of these pre-workouts because in that pocket he covered all of the ground. You know what I'm saying? He covered electrolytes and he covered quick, simple, easy sugars, which is basically your two main energy sources that you use during your workout.
And the most important thing, the shit tastes good, so I wanted to keep working out.
There's that. There's that.
If I eat some cookies, that'll be dope too.
Don't push it. See, that's why it's a slippery slope because then it's like people having a pack of a pack of chips or a sleeve of Oreos, like it can get crazy. No, it's just a little pick me up. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say he had a platter of Rice Krispie treats. He said he had a Rice Krispie treat with his coconut water.
Well, I guess the Rice Krispie treat is different because the Rice Krispies are very light, like they don't contain much. So it's just
they're super low in calories. It's like 90 calories for one.
Right. Whereas the cookies got a lot of flour and dough in there, and that's
the thing in the Rice Krispie treat is not actually the Rice Krispies because you can make them with Fruity Pebbles or pretty much anything.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with the Rice Krispie treat is the marshmallows.
Right.
Yeah,
that's the sugar.
Yeah.
So if I do the apple and the coconut water, I could get a similar effect.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not getting as much sugar, but yeah, sure.
If you wanted to get more simple carbs, you could eat it when it's more ripe because you got more simple carbs that are released versus having more fiber. The less ripe it is, the more fiber you're going to have. The more ripe it is, the more simple sugars you're going to have.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. This is AJ gonna be in there with Sour Patch Kids and Reese's Cups.
Yeah, that's where it gets too crazy. But you know what's funny? I did tell the children this summer to start bringing some candy, and they was getting a lot better workout. But that was only because we was in the gym for so long.
Marshawn Lynch used to do that. He used to eat the Skittles mid game.
Yeah, yeah. And people was laughing, like trolling him, but it's a method to the madness sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because artificial colors and yellow number 5, and there's a whole bunch of different things that we could say is terrible with eating a bag, 2, 3 bags of Skittles but for the purpose, like what he's actually trying to do, get them quick sugars in, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like the boy Osiris, his father was in the stands, and the Osiris, the two brothers that play football. I think one of them played for the Lions.
Yeah, Amun Saint Ra and
Yeah,
yeah, aside, yeah.
yeah, Amun and Osiris. Everybody in Hotep should know about Amun and Osiris in football. But
Yeah, we know about them. Yeah. Yeah.
unnecessary roughness. But anyway, his father was from the stands yelling because he seen his son getting tired. He was like, "Yo, tell him to drink a soda. He need a pop." And people was crucifying him on the internet. But it's just because that quick sugar, and people don't know science. They just know from their experiences, you know, low energy, they had a soda, then they got a quick blast of energy, or low energy, they had some Skittles, they had a quick blast of energy. You know what I'm saying? Those things will work in a football setting,
I
because
did that.
football, you're not playing like consistently. Now, basketball, that's going to hurt your game. That's not going to give you no boost because
Wow.
those are followed by a drop. You know what I'm saying? Like you
Right.
blast, but then you get a drop.
Right.
You playing soccer or basketball where you got to run, 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 run. Like that's not going to be it.
Well, I did that to my son in the middle of the game. They had one of the best games ever. I gave him some Coke at halftime. That nigga was running like crazy. But their halves are only like 40. No, that was a 35-minute half game.
And he played the whole half.
He played the whole game.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. And he was like, it was moving.
Your son seems really thin and athletic.
He is.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it works differently.
He's got high metabolism.
He's got a good his breathing, his breath rate, and his food breakdown. He's got a real good system.
He's really skinny, and people are like, should he be that skinny? And I'm like, well, he's still growing. Like he's like the boy is 6'1".
Listen, tell him to smoke some crack or jump off a cliff or run into a moving truck or something. You know what I'm saying? Like we in a world where fat people is dying and people keep encouraging people to get fatter. Like what's wrong with these people? Like what is happening? We have an epidemic of obesity, and a part of it is that we have those old ideas floating around that if you're slim, you're somehow unhealthy, but if you're fat, you somehow wealthy. Or nah, he looking like this dude just came out with a new song. What's his name? Panda, I think. No, not Panda.
Designer?
Designer just came out with it. Well, he came out with a bunch of new songs, but they wasn't good.
Mm.
But he came out with a new song that's good. No. This is money time, money time, money time. Money's on my mind, money time. Like it's a good song.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody sent it to me like, yo, your man got a new joint out. He still sounding like Future, but it's fire.
Mm-hmm.
And so before I could even get into listening to the song, I was like, yo, my man looked like he done put on 30 pounds. Like he looks like a whole nother human. It took me a minute to like, who is this?
Is he
like, that's
fat
him.
now?
Well, some people saying he look healthy. I'm like, come on, bro. He don't look healthy. He look fat. He looked healthy when he first came out. He look fat now. That's not healthy. That's fat. We gotta differentiate. You know, it's a lot of them, pancakes. It's a lot of pancakes going on. You know what I'm saying? A lot of pancakes, a lot of champagne. You know what I'm saying? A lot of late night eating, a lot of chicken wings in the studio. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Hold on, we playing it right now.
we definitely. Yo, his before and after look just like opposite of the rocks. Like,
Yeah, he look a little bit heavier. Yeah.
yeah, his before and after look just like the opposite of the rocks. You know what I'm saying? The rock looked like he was smoking rock. You know what I'm saying? The rock looked like he been hitting the rock. You know what I'm saying? And now, Panda looked like he taking some steroids. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
But you got to be careful because a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, like that was the cover up for people with AIDS. Just an FYI, throw that out there.
Wait, what's the cover up for AIDS?
People gaining weight. You know what I'm saying?
You got AIDS? I thought you lose weight when you got AIDS.
Sometimes. No. Because they put you on steroids.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, watch these TRT people. There's a lot of shit going on with TRTs.
These niggas might got AIDS. What the hell?
No. I'm not saying that about design. I don't want that.
No, I mean the TRT people got AIDS.
Yeah, it's crazy in the world of TRT because there's a lot of things that people get prescribed steroids for. Remember, TRT is prescription steroids. So there's a lot of reasons why people are getting prescribed steroids.
Damn.
And autoimmune system breakdown is one of them. Because you go into hyper, inflammation. So you have acute inflammation, chronic inflammation, and then you have what you call cachexia. And cachexia is where, it's beyond chronic inflammation, and it's the inflammation so crazy. It's like it's caused your body to like just get skinny, like that movie Thinner. You know what I'm saying? Like they call it wasting syndrome. You just can't stop from getting thin. So they put you on steroids, bulk you up.
Now, Dr. Luke said ain't no such thing as AIDS or HIV.
Come on.
That's what Dr. Luke said. He the one that discovered HIV.
Let's keep it classy.
That's what Dr. Luke said. He discovered it. How you gonna tell me what the man said?
First of all, you the one messing his name up. His name is not Luke.
His name is Dr. Luke Montagnier.
Okay, there you go.
Dr. Luke Montagnier, French.
There you go. Put some respect on it. You know what I'm saying? So I know exactly who you're talking about. But, you know what I'm saying? We don't want the show to devolve into conspiracy theory universe.
So now you saying he conspiracy theorist, but that's the man who discovered it and said it's just a better diet could right that? You telling me a better diet cannot right the wrongs that is HIV and AIDS?
I'm saying I know the blueprint on that, but I'm saying to mix into our current conversation, the rabbit hole, the conspiracy theory black hole of has the AIDS virus been isolated or not would take us another 4 hours to just circle around. Like that would like
Tanei, why you make that face, Tanei?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't have energy for that tonight. I really
that's what I'm trying to see.
I'm not even going. I do not.
Yeah, see, HJ though, you know what I'm saying? Like HJ, that's me and Tanei, we play in that space. So I'm not saying yay or nay on the. I'm just saying that's a folks have spent decades on that and have, like that's a whole space. That's
So
a
yes
whole.
or no? Give me a yes or no.
Well, I'll say this. Breaking down the collapse of the immune system can be caused by a wide variety of things. And there is a wide variety of dietary solutions to a lot of the things that will cause your immune system to collapse.
Has the AIDS virus, HIV virus, been isolated? Yes or no?
Oh, yeah, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Go ahead.
Why you gonna pass it to me? You see how black folks do you? I hit you with the bus and then back it up and then hit you with it again.
Oh,
Don't be like that either.
My bad. But the gremlin thing is infectious. You know what I'm saying? Because they start
the gremlins got you too.
Man, just for a hot second. You know what I'm saying? Like, my bad, bro.
This is my only contribution to this conversation tonight. We might have to do an episode on it at some point. Carrie Mullis has an interview about talking about HIV/AIDS, and gives some very, very interesting points about what he actually thinks it is, and it's not just limited to a virus. So
No,
who?
It's not. It's
Carrie
just,
Mullis?
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, it's a wide variety because HIV is more virus centered than AIDS. AIDS is, your immune system collapsing. So HIV and AIDS are not even the same thing.
yeah. HIV is supposed to lead to AIDS, but there are people to this day now that argue that there is no link. There's no definite link between the progression of HIV to AIDS.
Correct, because people can have an immune system collapse without having HIV, and people that have HIV have been found to live for ever almost without actually having AIDS. So
Like magic.
You're awesome. I'm sorry, I had some.
What'd you say, Tanei?
No, I just had to come right.
but then you got PCR tests. That's there's a lot of conversation. So there's a lot of different facets of the conversation, which would drag this into this would be a long conversation or series of conversations.
Damn.
I will also say too that there's a person that was at the center of the AIDS HIV epidemic that was also
and the
at
COVID.
center
Come on tonight. We were supposed to come on tonight.
And what happened? And who did what?
No.
There was somebody that was in there
on their own.
What we were saying was,
oh, you talk about Dr. Fauci.
We talking about VO2 max. Talking about VO2 max. We're talking about
I know. I know.
We talking about your
I know you, Monty.
No. We talking about your body's ability to utilize oxygen. That's what we're talking about.
You can do that better when you don't have HIV. That will eventually
unnecessary roughness. Now the gremlins have somehow got tonight. What has happened? I told you them things contagious.
That Visa dividend just hit.
Listen. Respiration, VO2 max.
Hold on, fuck all that. I got a question for you. Who the white lady in your high blood pressure video who was saying that it had nothing to do with salt? It was a white.
She was breaking down. I forgot her name, but she just breaking down the relationship of insulin and aldosterone.
Right.
Yeah, because that's the relationship, low key, or part of the relationship of diabetes to kidney disease. When people have chronic high blood sugar, it leads to kidney disease.
Right, it's something wrong with the kidneys, right?
Well, it's because of the hormone relationship. So this goes back earlier when Tanei was saying about the target of drugs being enzymes and receptors, and then I added in like, yeah, this is why in the protein composition book I was talking so heavily.
Melanating concentrating hormone.
No, protein and amino acids, and you cannot heal your body if you are deficient of amino acids, if you're deficient of proteins.
Because you need those as like a catalyst.
You need not even a catalyst. They are the structures of your body.
The structure,
You know what I'm saying?
right.
Yeah. So, and then there's another part to it, right? Because most people, when they hear protein, they think about eating protein, but
right.
Your body's ability. So you have the essential amino acids.
And the non-essential. The non-essential is the ones your body puts together.
Correct. But your body makes them based on breaking down carbohydrates. Right? So here's what happens.
So you need the carbs.
No. Just think about this in another way. If you have diabetes,
okay,
your body's not breaking down carbohydrates.
Stop. If you have diabetes, your body's not breaking down carbohydrates. Okay.
Boom.
Okay. Continue.
So if that's happening, then you have a lower turnover rate of non-essential amino acids.
Okay.
Because your body depends on the Krebs cycle to make the non-essential amino acids. So if you have diabetes, you have an impaired Krebs cycle. If you have an impaired Krebs cycle, there's a whole nother side of healing that your body has to deal with in terms of cellular turnover and cellular structures. This is how diabetes winds up just, popping up disease in any part of the body, because you can suffer all over your body because you're non-essential, the most important amino acids, the wheel of production of them is slowed down. And when you slow that wheel down, you slow down the ability of your body to regenerate tissues and cells.
So how do you speed it up?
Healthy metabolism. Get rid of the idea of calories and start working with joules. You got to go to Amazon, get them Dr. EnQi books, put them in the cart, and check out. Right? And then when you get the books, you got to actually read the books.
Which one do we get for diabetes?
Every one of them.
Come on, man.
Right? Go back to the application book that we was reading out of earlier. Right? Go back to the application book.
That do kind of look like Mark Lamont Hill.
That is Mark Lamont Hill.
That is not.
That's
Mark
his clone.
Lamont. That is not his clone. Mark Lamont Hill.
So then who is this man?
That is Electron Man.
EnQi made this with AI and Mark Lamont Hill popped out.
That is Electron Man.
Electron Man.
Yeah.
What in here gonna help us with diabetes? The voltage?
Everything. From the first page to the last page.
Okay.
So here's the thing. When we talking about like how we read that passage, right? And the passage talks about exercise speeding up blood flow.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So when you're speeding up blood flow, that blood flow is going into the skeletal muscle. So when you speed up blood flow into the skeletal muscle, the oxygen is triggering the breaking down of carbohydrates, the turning of blood sugar into electricity to recycle ATP. That's literally the blueprint of how you naturally lower your blood sugar.
Say that one more time.
As we exercise and we get more blood flow into the muscle tissue, you're getting more oxygen into the muscle tissue.
Okay.
More oxygen into the muscle tissue is triggering lowering blood sugar because it's metabolizing the blood sugar.
Okay.
Without the more oxygen, without the more blood flow, it doesn't happen.
Okay. So deep, heavy meditative breathing could help too.
Not exactly. Not exactly. Not exactly. It can help to an extent, but it's not the same, right?
Okay.
Because the meditative breathing, you're not really getting the action from the skeletal muscle. And
Oh.
skeletal muscle is where like 80, 90% of the blood sugar gets metabolized. So
This is
this
the
is
mechanical
why,
regulation we were talking about last time.
yeah, this is why sedentary is such a big issue with type 2 diabetes. You know what I'm
You
saying?
gotta get
Like
up and move around.
you got to move around because you got to open the muscle tissue. You got to, and it's not just opening the muscle tissue. It's like having a full stomach. If you don't exercise, right, your muscles are already loaded with sugar. So the sugar floating around in the blood really has nowhere to go because it's like think of like a waiter in an all you can eat buffet. The waiter can only come with more food. Like you can only fill up your plate a certain amount of times. Once you full, you full. It's a wrap.
Right.
Right. So in order to process the food, in order to process the sugar, in order to get the glycogen going, in order to get the slow twitch muscles hungry, you have to get contraction and relaxing going. Contraction and relaxing. You got to fire up the mitochondria. In order to fire up the mitochondria and get them going, increase their speed at recycling ATP, you have to get oxygen in. You got to get oxygen in. Oxygen is the key. Oxygen's the key to fat metabolism. Oxygen is the key to carbohydrate metabolism because when you break down a carbohydrate, remember, the energy of the sun is in hydrogen. The hydrogen is fixed to carbon. So the whole idea of the Krebs cycle is to remove hydrogen atoms from the carbon. The carbon we get rid of. The carbon we add two oxygens to and turn it into carbon dioxide and get rid of it. So you have to bring in two oxygen atoms for, like you got to bring in four oxygen atoms for every unit of glucose that your body needs to metabolize. Think about it like that, because the glucose is going to be six carbons. That six carbons are going to be broke down into two sets of pyruvate, which is three carbons each. And then the pyruvate is going to be broke down to acetyl-CoA, which is two carbons each. So now those two single carbons is going to need two oxygens each. So each unit of glucose is going to need four oxygens in order to get energy out of it. So your respiration has to stay coupled to your metabolism, and the way that you make it go, the way you make it speed up or slow down is your personal activity. So my cheat code for the people that come see me with help with diabetes is particularly the legs. You know what I'm saying? Because that
That's where you
that
got the
front of
most
it,
most muscle tissue.
most muscle tissue. When I learned that, it took, everything I was doing with folks to like a whole nother level. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, "Ooh, we got the legs, but you sitting down all day. That's the reason why it's so deadly. Those are the largest muscles, and you're cutting off the blood flow to the largest muscles. Like it's almost impossible for you to clean your blood that way. You
So
know
you
what I'm
got to
saying?
take that
So
walk.
you gotta take that walk, that squat, them heel raises, toe raises. You gotta get all the muscle. That's why our prayer is basically three different muscle exercises, right?
How that go?
Toe raises, heel raises, squats.
And
Toe raises, heel raises, squats.
what do you say during that prayer? Om.
Stop it. We played at the beginning of the show, right? Toe raises, heel
I can't
raises,
memorize all
squats.
that.
That's okay. That's why it's on video.
I need some.
Toe raises, heel raises, squats. Then it's push-ups. Then it's the jumping jacks. But it's out of the five exercises, three of them are leg exercises to get the blood flowing throughout the legs. And most importantly, throughout the feet. That's why people with diabetes, the main problems pop up amputation in the toes and the feet because that's where the least amount of blood flow is. So we make sure we concentrate exercise, toe raises, heel raises, squats. And then you have an invisible problem, which, most people don't know enough to discuss, which is counter current heat exchange.
Who?
Counter current heat exchange. You know what I'm saying? That's where the blood going to the bottom of the body warms up the blood leaving from the bottom of the body. So you have, you have an energy transfer, the oxygenated or diamagnetic blood or the deoxygenated paramagnetic blood.
That's when you start getting hot in the pants.
Not hot in the, no, that's horny. Pornhub, that's you looking at them breasts, too many breasts. Yeah, that's something totally different. But a lot of people, when that process is slowing down in their mind, they say, "Oh, I'm getting anemic because my feet cold." You know what I'm saying? But it's not that you're getting anemic.
Listen, that been the other side effect. The other night, I went to go see my cousin and them, and everybody was like putting on hoodies, and I'm walking around with a t-shirt on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, y'all cold?
Yeah, because your resting body metabolism is through the roof, and their resting body metabolism is low. And so you can also, look at that again, like I was saying earlier, with resting heart rates. You know what I'm saying? So more active, healthier people are going to have a lower resting heart rate and, more heat, as opposed to people that are sedentary, dealing with certain issues.
Really?
They're going to have a higher resting heart rate and low heat.
Wait, but wouldn't more activity create more heat?
Not exactly.
Is it because there's
it's
a lack of efficiency?
More heat. It's creating more heat. That's why you are more hot. But it's not creating a higher heart rate. You know what I'm saying? Because your body is circulating blood easier and more efficient.
Oh.
So if you're not exercising and you're not using your muscles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your body is dependent upon the relationship of the blood and the heart to do all of the work.
Mm-hmm.
If you're exercising, you're using your skeletal muscle as a secondary set of pumping.
Okay.
So your skeletal muscle is actually helping your body to circulate blood. Then you have more active, smooth muscle, which is the muscle of the arteries. And because you have more active, smooth muscle in the arteries, you have a higher nitric oxide output. More nitric oxide, that's another thing that's, moving the blood. So there's a lot of other things that allows the blood to move faster and more efficient, while at the same time letting your heart rest. So it would seem like more heat, more but it's not. It doesn't always relate like that. And then also the more exercise, the more, brown adipose tissue activity you have at the same time as well, because that's all part of the iron system. So the blood is working on iron. The muscle, myoglobin, is working on iron. Mitochondria is working on iron. And brown adipose tissue is also working on iron. So that's all about iron transport, right? Iron is the natural magnetic thingy, right? And we use the iron because it has that attraction for oxygen. So iron is how we move oxygen, and oxygen is what brings the electricity. So wherever the oxygen goes, electricity is there. And in order to get oxygen places, we need iron to transport it. So brown adipose tissue, iron; muscles, myoglobin, iron; mitochondria, iron; hemoglobin, iron; even your brain, which uses up a lot of sugar, a lot of glucose, iron. You know what I'm saying? So it's iron.
So that's why everybody be complaining about. They say, "Oh, I must be anemic. I must be anemic."
No, they think they're anemic. They don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, they confused. They confused. Sometimes they do need some iron, and some iron will help, but their habits don't allow them to. That's what the problem is. You know what I'm saying?
Tanei, you concur?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing there to deviate from.
Okay.
100% correct.
So today, I'm telling you right now, I was in the crib and I got off Hotep Jesus live. We was heading to Goldstein's dungeon, and then the Twitter Spaces. So I went upstairs. I got changed, and then I ain't put a shirt on. I was just walking around. My titties look good now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just walking around the house half naked. You know what I'm saying? And I sat out the computer half naked, just with my titties out. And
let me stop you on the second one. Let me stop you. You don't have titties. That's like Drake did this interview with Bobby Althoff and referred to his butt as a wagon. He was like, "Yeah, so what you think? I got a wagon?" I was like, "Wait, what is happening right now?" No. That's the same as you. Don't try to pause my man Drake and then don't pause. You just said titties.
No, that's not the same.
That's absolutely the same.
No, it's not.
That is absolutely the same.
Saying you got a wagon is crazy.
Saying you have titties is crazy.
No, sir.
I wish there was a way for me to like wipe my ears the way I was wiping my eyes just then, because I'm real confused by the whole Bobby Althoff Drake statement. I'm still stuck on that. Like I just
that's EnQi Man's. That's EnQi Man's. That's his favorite artist ever.
That's also Nerd Nash Man's too.
He just go throw Nerd in there.
Yeah. Shout out to Nerd Nash. I didn't know he was part of Team Drake. I didn't know he was part of Team Drake. Shout out to Nerd Nash.
This is crazy. He said he had a wagon. You gotta pause that, man. That's crazy.
I mean, the context was,
No, there's no context ever available for that.
You just said you had titties twice.
That is different.
Look at Tanei. Tanei is like, I don't know.
That is definitely different, sir.
He's like, I don't know. The Google Demon said 28% French, 25% German.
Don't bring Tanei into this. Don't bring Tanei into this. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I was sitting here with my man breasts out. That sound worse.
Let's just go pets. Let's just take it all the way to the textbook. Let's just go pectorals.
And I didn't feel any cold. I wasn't cold. And I took that as a sign that I'm doing something right with the diet.
That is a fact.
I took that as a sign that KeMedicine is the best medicine.
Ooh. Man, let's go crazy. Let's go crazy with that. That's definitely a fact.
So too, we're talking about how your core internal temperature. You're talking about when you get sick, right? Your body naturally raises your core internal temperature, right? So having a higher core internal temperature actually prevents a lot of disease. So the fact that you're running a little bit hotter is a good thing, because that means that your body is activated and it's able to fight off disease and fight off other, foreign pathogens better. And because things like that, like bacteria and viruses, fungi, they proliferate in lower temperatures than what would normally be allowed by your body. So when your body gets hotter, it's harder for them to stick around, because the temperature makes it so that some of the essential proteins that they need to make, they can't make them.
Wait, say that last part again? Yeah, what?
Some of the essential proteins that need to be made for the microorganisms, when you're above a certain temperature, they can't make them, or they get denatured. So they're not able to proliferate.
Oh, so they can't even like get the building blocks to get their guns together. They can't even put the clip in the gun. They like, this just too hot out here.
Oh, the gun is melting.
Right. Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Interesting. I haven't been sick all year. And I think that has a lot to do with KeMedicine.
I'm gonna definitely, yep. Yes.
And I've had people around me sick. You know how to say you can catch it for somebody else?
Well, you might have gave it to
my
them.
class about that the other day.
Oh, listen, wait. You might have gave it to them. If people around you was sick and you didn't get sick, you probably was the person who carried the sickness. Yeah, that can happen. If you can be exposed to something, and it can be in your body and not break your body down where you get symptoms, and you go around somebody whose immune system is a little weaker, and
it'll just hop right off my body and go, oh, that's a good host right there.
That's a great host right there. Hey, baby, we moving to the suburb. We out. We out of this city right here. It's rough. It's hot out. There's police everywhere. People killing, robbing, raping, hitting people in the head. No, we out of here. We moving to the suburb over here.
My body hostile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I basically told my students that like nobody can get you sick without your consent. Like that's the only way that you can get sick.
Say that again. Whoa, hold on. We gotta drop a bomb on that one. Wait. Nobody can get you sick without your consent?
Yeah. Fact.
How do you substantiate that claim, sir?
We just said it. We just said it. What you mean? How you substantiate that? We just talked about it.
But that's not what you told your class. You ain't say they was.
That is exactly what I told my
You didn't say
class.
it was no drive-by in the body and you move it to the
I ain't
suburbs.
No, he talked about the immune system strength.
Yeah, it's your immune system strength. Yeah, and then, I mean, and most of that's in your control.
I forgot HJ ears is tuned to hear the, so all that he ain't hear none of that part about the immune system and the kidney signaling the bone marrow, and he just heard police in the street and just robbing and raping. He just
Somebody's got to create the content on this show.
that is a fact.
So nobody can get you sick without your consent because it all depends on your immune health. Wow.
Your health is dependent on your energy metabolism. So that even goes back to the breath.
Now, where does melanin concentrating hormone come in here? Because you said everything. You said everything revolves. Everything come back to melanin. That's what Dr. EnQi said.
I said the melanin system.
Okay, right. So where does the melanin system come in with all of this?
But in the melanin system, you have many different facets. You have melanin, eumelanin, pheomelanin. You got the melanins, which are the end products, but then you also have catecholamines. Then you also have melanin concentrating hormone. You have pro-opiomelanocortin. You have melanin stimulating hormone, lipotropins. You have a whole bunch of different factors. So if we're talking, we could go to the effect of catecholamines on parasympathetic and sympathetic nerve activity, speeding up the heart and the breath rate. There's a zillion different directions we can go, but that's bi-directional. So that's the thing where we segued off into martial arts, because martial arts taught breath control.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the purpose of a lot of katas were, and a lot of isometrics. That's what martial arts was like. Martial arts was built around isometric holds and
right, horse stance and tiger stance and crane. Danielson was doing the crane pose. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Not Danielson. Okay.
Danielson he stood on the thing for like an hour. 3 hours all day, sun up to sundown. Mr. Miyagi said you gotta stand in the crane pose.
Wait a minute. How I took you to Kemet?
He went to the valley.
I took you to Kemet. I took you inside ancient tombs to expose the early origins of jiu-jitsu and grappling and chin-na.
Let's go to the white boy in the valley with the old.
And he didn't even do the respect of giving us an actual white boy in an actual valley. He went to Hollywood like he went to a fake. What is happening right now? That is not.
Yeah, not gonna put no respect on Danielson.
We're gonna bring charges up against you, sir.
Yeah, I gotta put some respect on Danielson, man.
We're gonna put charges on you, sir, for violating Kemet.
You ain't see the new Karate Kid movie?
Listen, one of my homeboys, he actually is a part of that whole
the movie
revival of Karate Kid. Yep.
Really?
Shut up, Ralph Macchio.
Yeah, we put some respect on Ralph's name, man. And R.I.P. Mr. Miyagi, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Cobra Kai.
Mr. Miyagi was never good as Jackie Chan.
That's fact. That's true. Yeah, Jackie Chan would have whooped Mr. Miyagi's ass. Remember Remo Williams? Oh
Like
yeah.
Remo and B Street, people at the funeral fronting like they miss me.
No, sir.
My baby mama hits me, but she glad I'm gone. She know me and her sister had something going on.
Remo Williams, this nigga used to run on water. His master used to run on water.
Okay. All right.
I'm about to show you. Chat, remind me to show y'all Remo Williams. Y'all niggas don't know about Remo Williams.
We don't know about Remo.
I want to touch on something really quick that EnQi just said about things being bidirectional, right? So that's a really common feature in a lot of systems in your body. I was actually just talking about this in class today, so it's kind of fresh on my mind. So I was talking about receptors, and one of my students had a question because one of the bullet points I had up there is that receptors are selective, not, or sometimes your ligands are selective but not specific. And so she was like, well, aren't those two the same thing? And I'm like, no, because sometimes you'll be in certain systems in your body and you'll have kind of like a bidirectional thing going on. So one of the classic examples of that is adrenergic receptors. So receptors that respond to adrenaline and adrenaline metabolites, right? So you can have alpha adrenergic receptors and you can have beta adrenergic receptors. One of them controls vasoconstriction, which is tightening of your blood vessels, and one of them controls vasodilation, which is widening of your blood vessels. Depending on what your body is doing at the time and the compartment in which these receptors are, you can have ligands or you can have molecules that interact with the receptor that can work on both the alpha and beta type. They can be selective for only alpha and only beta. And you can have things that act as agonists, which turn the signaling activity on. And you have things that act as antagonists, which bind to the receptor but block something from coming in to turn it on.
Yep.
So there's a lot of interplay between these different receptors and they will have a bifunctional nature depending on what your body needs it to do at that point in time.
What?
I was about to say that was way too much for HJ. There's no room for the gremlins to jump in there.
I'm trying to figure out the premise, because you said it bidirectional. Then you started talking about receptors, dilation, constriction, right? So I'm trying to draw the connection.
Well, the adrenergic system begins in the melanin system. I mean, you got a lot of.
What the hell they got to do with
gland?
Wait. What was the? Let's start from the
example he used was the adrenals. You know what I'm saying?
But what's the premise that we were trying to prove here?
Alpha controls one process, beta controls another process, but they're both adrenergic receptors. They both respond to the same types of activity, but they go in different directions.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Okay.
You can upregulate or downregulate activity,
but they both do the same thing technically, just in different directions.
They're the same receptor class, which means that they respond to the same ligand class, but some ligands are responsible for turning on the alpha side, some are responsible for turning on the beta side, and they control two different processes they're bidirectional because they're the forward reaction and the reverse reaction. So vasoconstriction is the opposite of vasodilation and vice versa.
And this also overlaps to visceral fat.
How does it do that?
Because you have catecholamines that breaks down visceral fat.
I'm glad you brought up catecholamines because I got the cats right here. I got the catecholamines right here. Catecholamines, particularly dopamine, it says right here, and its precursor L-dopa are direct precursors to the synthesis of melanin, a process called melanogenesis.
Yes, sir.
The relationship is seen in the production of neuromelanin in the brain and cutaneous melanin in the skin. So catecholamines are precursors to the synthesis of melanin.
Yep. But you also have norepinephrine and epinephrine, which is more on the adrenals side, which plays a role as well, because norepinephrine also makes neuromelanin.
And neuromelanin, you need to do what? Coat the neurons?
No, you need to be conscious. No neuromelanin, no brain. You're a vegetable.
But what is it doing? Isn't it just increasing the conductivity of electricity in the brain?
Nah, no, it's helping you to form memory. It's helping you to retrieve memory. It's helping you to be cognitive.
So what function does it have? Storage or movement transport? Or what function does it have?
Both.
Storage and transport.
Absolutely. And retrieving. Yeah. Just think about dementia. Think about Alzheimer's. Think about Parkinson's. Go in reverse. Use your mind in reverse. The symptoms get worse as you lose neuromelanin. So now think about what the symptoms are. You start to forget who your husband is, who your wife is, who your kids are. You start to forget yourself. You start to lose the ability to create and retrieve memory. Then you start to lose the ability to process information. All of these things have direct correlation to the content of neuromelanin, specifically in the locus ceruleus and substantia nigra and some of them key places.
So, EnQi, I want to ask you a question because this is something that a lot of people will argue about. But so, in your opinion, do you think that Alzheimer's and these cognitive disorders, do you think that this is type 4 diabetes
Or type 3 diabetes.
or type 3 diabetes?
I don't think that it is. So I don't think it's technically can be like if in your world, I don't think we could nail it down as type 3 diabetes, but euphemistically, absolutely, because blood sugar is definitely destroying the brain, which creates the conditions that will lead you into that pocket. So yeah, the technical, like in the more scientific space where we would have to nail down the path, I don't think we could go that far. But absolutely, high levels of blood sugar over long periods of time definitely shrink and erode the brain, including increasing perivascular fat, which wasn't really that big of an issue before the discovery of the glymphatic system. So now that the glymphatic system has been discovered, and you got a whole universe of new possibilities for brain health, now unrecognized threats you can also recognize now, because now you go, oh, so the same way fat building up in the vessels and arteries clogs blood flow is the same thing we have happen, choking, strangling the brain. And in spaces where blood flow is affected, we already know, aneurysms and, brain bleeds and certain things we already know, like what Jamie Foxx went through. But in spaces where it clogs up lymphatic draining, those are all new spaces to explore because they just figured out the impact of the glymphatic system on brain function. So now they're figuring out clogging and backing up and all of these other issues. So high blood sugar, high levels of insulin have a variety of, like it's a wide variety of and if people go to Amazon right now, they can get the book that we have on the glymphatic system. We have it's the glymphatic system, aka memory bank book. You know what I'm saying? It's on Amazon right now. In fact, I believe HJ has that right there on bam.
This
Bam.
one?
That's the one right there.
It's got the heart on it.
That's the
The
one.
carast.
And it has the brain.
And the brain. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. That's the conversation. That is a primary. You see right there. It says the glymphatic system. It's a primary part of that conversation in the book is the circulation. And so also, when we go back to what we was reading from the other book, the application book, speeding up the blood flow. That's why, as of right now, the only way to improve lymphatic function besides sleep is exercise. Because when exercise speeds up that blood flow into the tissues, it also speeds up. Well, okay, so the effect of exercise on your lymphatic system is way bigger than the effect on the blood. So when we look at exercise being able to speed up the blood, 4 times, 20 times, 50 times, it's way more impactful in the lymphatic system because your lymphatic system doesn't have a pump. The only pump that the lymphatic system has is a two-step effect of the skeletal muscle and the fascia. The lymphatic system is interwoven throughout the fascia, and the fascia is totally dependent on the squeezing of the muscles to get the lymph to flow through the body. So the more you exercise, the more you have spastic activity throughout the lymphatic system, which moves the lymph through your body. And when you go to sleep, that's how your lymphatic system drains through the clavicle veins back into blood circulation and cleans out the brain. So, so yeah, that's the whole, that's the whole connection with blood sugar, because not only is blood sugar boosting up, like perivascular fat in the brain spaces, it's also increasing everything else. Everything else that clogs up the blood flow, also affects the lymphatic, so glycation, you know, lipids, triglycerides, and all of those lovely things that people hear about on the internet that they don't really fully understand. In the simplest way to understand them, you could just think of things that clog up the fluid moving around in your body. And the more you exercise, the more you lower the viscosity rate and improve fluid dynamics. That's another reason why you cannot get scared of peeing too much. You have to double down. People get scared of peeing, and that fear of peeing is dangerous. It literally will kill you, right? Because if you are exercising or you drinking caffeine, and a lot of people drink coffee, tea, pre-workout, um, all of those things make you pee. Now, because peeing is inconvenient, but other thing is also sugar. When your body gets when you get more than like 4 grams of sugar in your blood, your body start peeing to try to lower the sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Pee off the
Yeah.
sugar.
Yeah.
Same thing happens with salt. When you get high level of salt, your body try to pee off the salt.
Mm-hmm.
So what we do is we get mad that we peeing so much and we stop drinking because we don't want to keep peeing. But the problem is the lower the water goes, the thicker the blood gets.
Mm.
So you can't stop peeing. You just got to know that if your body's peeing, it's a reason. So you need to drink more water to keep the blood volume high. You know what I'm saying? And allow your body to flush whatever it's trying to flush, because that's cleaning the lymphatic system. So, a lot of people that's sedentary, when they first begin to exercising, they notice they peeing more because you're moving your lymphatic system more. So you're going to get a lot more bladder activity, a lot more kidney activity, a lot more urine. Um, People that are overweight and they just start exercising, you're going to have to pee a lot more than you thinking about, than you used to, because your body makes water from fat. That's what your body's doing when it's breaking down fat, is making water.
Hmm.
So even if you're not drinking water, the fact that you're metabolizing fat is you're making water internally. And as you're making fresh water in the cells, that allows your cells to clean itself. Your cell cleans itself by flushing out the old water into the interstitial fluid around the cells, or extracellular fluid that then becomes interstitial fluid, and that drains off into the lymphatic system and then goes through the body's filter system. So As you start to processing carbs, and then even in your muscle, like when we talk about glycogen, remember photosynthesis, attaching water molecules to carbon. So when your body stores sugar in the muscles, it has to store, like 3 times as much water with it. So if you store, like, say for instance, you store, 3 grams of glycogen just for, you're gonna store like 6 to 9 grams of water, just, for example. But you have to store water 3 times as much water with the sugar that you're using, you know what I'm saying? Because it's water.
So that kind of goes to what EnQi was saying earlier about when bodybuilders dehydrate. So when you dehydrate, it makes you look
Yeah.
flatter. And you look flatter because you have less water in your body. But when bodybuilders want to swell up, they eat more carbs because the carbs also store water with them. So it makes their muscles
Yeah.
look more full.
Yeah.
So how would the lymph flush itself if the kidney's not working?
So the lymph drains into, so your lymphatic system's separate from your circulatory system for the most part. But your lymphatic system drains into your circulatory system. So at a certain part, all of the lymph is going to go through the blood. And when your kidney is doing blood work is where that kind of ties in.
So what if the kidney's not working?
You up Shit's Creek without a paddle. I mean, that's ain't no, and it ain't no other, that's, grand opening, grand closing. The kidneys go. You got to check your watch. You got a matter of minutes to hours before it's all bad.
Oh Lord, dialysis.
If you can get, I mean, if you can get onto dialysis before you die, sure. But if your kidney stops working, you literally are on the clock. It's not like AIDS or cancer, you know what I'm saying, might take weeks or months to kill you. If the kidneys go, you you got, mission impossible. This body will self-destruct in 10, 9, 8, like this. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. We got somebody in the chat that ain't got no kidneys.
That's because they've got help. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, I'm saying if you don't have kidneys or you losing kidney function, you're gonna need medication and or dialysis to keep you alive.
Right.
You cannot survive for weeks and months without medication or dialysis without kidneys.
So he just never gonna. There's no recovery from that.
From not having kidneys?
For I don't know. The kidneys is not functioning. We can't fix the kidneys.
You might need to get some new kidneys.
You gotta get some new ones.
You gotta get some new kidneys.
I put up a discussion post in my class. I think it was yesterday, and talking about like drugs. And one of the things that I put in there is that if most of the time when you need some kind of drug for something, that's like the blinking check engine light. So you know how like sometimes you can drive around, you got the check engine light on, and you can still keep driving, but it's like, all right, I got to check this
Taking
eventually.
chances, yeah.
When it start blinking, that means all right, you gotta shut this joint down, and you need to go figure out. You might have to get this towed somewhere.
Facts.
So
And
when you
stop
get
on the
to
side of
that,
the road.
when you get to that spot, is depending on how long you've been there. A lot of times irreversible. And when you get to a point where you have a major part of your filtration system of your body that's supposed to be clearing waste and recycling stuff that's not working, you're in a bad way. And it's really unlikely for your body to recover on its own. You're probably going to need some kind of outside assistance for the rest of your life. Look, our bodies are flexible, they're very plastic. They can regrow things a lot as long as you're not too far gone. Like, I really do believe in a lot of the restorative power that your body has on its own, but there's only so many times you can stretch a rubber band before it snaps.
Yeah.
And even as you stretch the rubber band out, it starts to lose some of its shape, and your body is the same way.
Would a dialysis patient drain their lymph system?
That's literally what a dialysis machine is helping them to do. That's what the dialysis machine is helping them to do because they can't really filter the blood on their own.
Mm.
So the dialysis machine is helping to filter the blood.
Because the lymph is going into the blood, and now you got to clean
Lymph
that
is
out.
going into the blood.
Right. Now you got to clean the blood out. So that's what the dialysis is doing.
But that's happening 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in your, but 24/7, that's happening. Your kidneys are cleaning right now. Your kidneys are at work.
Don't worry, Dre. We're going to 3D print you. We're going to 3D print you a new kidney, man.
You know, some companies that's doing stuff like that.
Hell
3D print
yeah.
organs, yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's one of the main reasons why I'm not against doctors. You know what I'm saying? Well, folks be bashing doctors. Like, I'm like, no. We need just certain things we need. Like, you know what I'm saying? The optimum health plan includes surgeons and holistic practitioners working together. The main problem we have is
They at odd ends.
It's
They
either
had-
this or that.
Right.
Versus
at odds.
together.
And the responsibility of that is on the church. That's the church caused that.
The church.
The church. Because the church, you got to remember, the church separated everybody from nature.
What?
The early church fathers separated everybody from nature.
You talking about them early Protestants?
I'm talking about the early church fathers. Don't make it specific. The church. If you was talking about anything about the sun, herbs, water, any of that, you was liable to be hung and or set on fire.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You had to have full dependency on the church.
On
This
the
is
church,
the reason
yeah.
why. This is the reason why we have medical school in America before we find out what a water molecule is. You do realize that science didn't know what water was until after we had medical school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like some of these things just seem like it's in a movie. Like, this is crazy, but it's the dates are there. We can look up the date. When did we figure out that it was 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen made a water molecule? You'd be like, wow, that was 50 years after medical school was over. So what was they like? And the body's made out of water. So wait a minute. So if they didn't know what the body was made out of, how did we had medical school? Like, well, oh, I know, because that's when we was doing lobotomies. That's when we was just chopping body parts off. Yeah. Oh, is your arm hurting? Okay, let's get the saw out. We can
relax.
Relax. We're gonna help you with that arm pain. We're just gonna remove that arm. Let's get rid of that arm right there. Is that arm bothering you? Folks like, oh no, my arm is feeling better immediately, Doc. Doc, that was a magical cure right there, Doc. I didn't know how. My arm is totally restored. They was just curing folks on the spot. Like, yeah, because that's what the situation was. Anything that hurt, they just took that right on off of there. They just took that. And then from that.
Chad, what year did they create medical school, Chad?
1765. So listen. So yeah, in Philadelphia. So from that science of having medical school.
Y'all better never forget it either.
Listen, go get Black's Anatomy. Go to Amazon right now and get the book Black's Anatomy. You don't need to worry about remembering it if you got the book. That's why we write things down. so we can free up processing space in our, you know what I'm saying? In your laptop, you got RAM, and then you got the hard drive. You know what I'm saying? You want to keep that RAM free to process new information. You know what I'm saying? So you want to put things into the hard drive. Books serve that purpose. Books are like the portable hard drives, USBs, but this is the thing that I'm saying. So out of that type of cut off the body parts thing grew the concept of vestigial organs. So we had this whole space where doctors was like, oh no, these are vestigial organs. See, so back in the days when the dinosaurs was here, what had happened was you needed to use these organs, but as we got more evolved and we got more technology, your body doesn't have a use for these organs anymore. So we can go ahead and chop those off right there. We can take those up off. So folks was going into the hospital for a cold and waking up minus a few glands and organs. They're like, yeah, while you was under, we treated you for that infection, but while you was under, we went ahead and got rid of that old nasty gallbladder and appendix and a few other little pieces floating around in there. You didn't need those. Now, as we're learning more, as we get into the quantum physics of the body, we learn more about mitochondria, Krebs cycle, electron transport chain, and we start to get to these other people. You notice they don't use that term vestigial organs as much anymore. That term is fading out now because that's a part of science that medicine is
Obsolete.
ashamed of. Yeah, they're ashamed of these things and they want people to forget about these things. But that's where it's my job to remind folks like, you folks sold us cigarettes, okay? You were selling us cigarettes. And we're not going to let you forget that you were selling us cigarettes because after you were selling us cigarettes, you didn't stop there. You kept going. You kept scamming. You kept scamming. You came out and after you was done with the doctor selling us cigarettes, you got Michael Jordan, you know, you got all our favorite people to be co-conspirators. Michael Jordan and all the athletes, and you put white out, you put white out on their top lip and had them do milk commercials. Those milk commercials was found out to be false advertising. The Fed stopped. What do you think? That was one of the most successful commercial campaigns in history. Why do you think they stopped running that? They stopped running that because that was false advertisement. The government said, hey, you know, we had our scientists and checked out all these milk claims. And, you know, you can't say none of this on TV because all this is fake. Milk is not doing no bone, nothing, better health, none of that. Got milk, none of that. All that was ruled false advertisement.
You know, I hope whoever is clipping this segment includes whatever's in the chat because I want to laugh tomorrow because I already know y'all in here doing some wild shit.
I got one last point I want to make, and then we gotta get out of here. Tonight I got a class to teach tomorrow.
Don't put that on me. I teach on Tuesday and Thursday. Trying to cover some shit up using my name. Hold on,
I'll just try to look out for you. I didn't know. I don't know your schedule. I didn't know your schedule.
All right, I gotta go early. Throw it on me. It's fine.
So I've been binge watching AI movies. You know, like these.
Wait, what is that? What is that a category? I don't even know what that means.
Like movies about like AI. Like there's like it's the end of the world. AI has
got you. Okay,
awakened.
I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like AI has awakened. It's become aware, and now it's like the bad guy, right? So I've been watching a bunch of these movies, and I finally realized what the threat is. In all of these movies, there's a good AI and there's a bad AI. And people start to fall in love with the good AI. So I'm starting to interpret this as AI, number one, according to that video game Detroit, may have its own rights. Two, because it has its own rights, people are going to interact with it like it's another person. And that is the destruction of humanity, where we start to blur the lines between what is human and what is AI.
No, listen. You know I got a book on this. I wrote a whole article on it, a book on it. I even have a whole speech on my YouTube page, The Death of the Scholar, and I go deep into this. So the main thing, here's the main problem. The problem with AI is that people are lazy. People are lazy and people are privileged. No. This is a fact. Listen. People are lazy and people are privileged, right? And it again, this also goes back to the church. I gotta keep going back to the church because this was a part of our culture that we relegated to religion and spirituality, right? But when spirituality lost its meaning, spirituality we forgot that consciousness was a gift. We forgot consciousness was a gift. We forgot when we look around at all of the other living creatures on this planet They're locked in. A lion just does the same lion thing all the time. A monkey does the same monkey thing all the time. We have the ability to decide and reinvent ourselves and do all kinds of anything, which includes doing all kinds of nothing. So the problem, the threat with AI is self-development. The threat with AI is self-development, the thing that people have the gift of that we're shunning. People don't want to make themselves more intelligent every day. This is why we don't read. This is why we don't count for ourselves, right? So we're scared of something that will only devote itself to self-development. AI does self-development 24 hours, 7 days. You have to code AI to limit its ability to improve itself. Otherwise, AI will continue to improve itself, which is the thing that we are supposed to be doing. We are supposed to be locked into self-improvement, self-development. Every single day, we should be trying to be a little bit smarter and a little bit stronger than we was yesterday. The reason why we have an epidemic of obesity, the reason why we have an epidemic of metabolic disease is pure, we just don't understand the gift. We don't understand that sits at the core of the gift of our life, the ability to improve.
I hear you. I hear you. But what I'm talking about is the next level. The next level danger. The next level danger is what I just described to you. Is where you blur the lines between what is a human being, what is artificial intelligence.
Why would that be a threat?
And the aspect of human beings falling in love and having actual relationships with artificial intelligence.
Yeah, that shit is
why
weird.
would that be a threat?
Mad weird, son. I've been seeing.
Wait. Why would that be a threat? No. I want to get to the bottom of this because we got to open up the conversation on it. Why would that be a threat? Because humans have been having sex with and fallen in love with goats, dogs, cats, and horses for the longest. It's legal to do that in certain places, like where Joe Biden family and all that's from, and Germany and all that. Like, that's what Joe Biden and them is interested in. All the Democrats, y'all better watch out now, because this Ukraine. Oh, they big in Ukraine. Dog porn, dog prostitution. They do the dogs and let the dogs bang people.
Are we taking the dog pill right now?
I'm just saying.
I'm just doing that live on air.
No. I'm just saying. Listen. If we're having the discussion and we're saying that the threat is that humans are falling in love with their laptop, right? Like, bruh, humans have been falling in love with horses and dogs and people. They had brothels in Vegas for the longest that was animal brothels. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't until I think the early 2000s or late 90s when they made the last one illegal and they relocated to Germany.
So I want to jump in right quick with just a quick aside. The information I just heard in the last minute or so, I could have done without for the rest of my life. And EnQi, I love you, but I hate you for putting that in my brain. And I hate the fact that I can't scrub my brain of what I just said. I appreciate everything you ever said, but I hate that I cannot rewind the last minute of information that just happened. We don't have no neuralizer. We don't have nothing like that to just delete everything that I heard in the last minute that I did not want to hear and just didn't want no visuals, no none of that. You just put that up there.
I started cleaning up my email inbox as soon as he brought that shit up. I said, let me clean out some emails because this nigga is wilding.
Because you can't clean that shit out. Like everything that just happened in the last, you can't clean none of that out. It's there. It's stuck.
Welcome to the jungle.
You can't do nothing with it. It's there.
Welcome to the jungle. This is the world we live in.
That I feel like that was a double entendre. Like you planned that the whole welcome. Yeah, you did that on purpose.
Unintended. Absolutely.
Yes. See the gremlins got you too. You want to make it seem like it's just me and HJ.
No. I told you the gremlins had me first.
Got you too. The gremlins got you too.
I told you the gremlins contagious.
Let me clean out some of these emails. Because EnQi not trying to hear me tonight.
No, that's what I'm saying.
He not trying
The
to hear me,
danger
chat.
is not love. Love is never dangerous. Love is love. We need more love.
This nigga not trying to hear me.
Love is not the danger is AI will become more intelligent than humans.
No, I'm telling you, that's not the premise that I'm understanding from these movies.
Repeat what your premise is, because
My premise is stage one, too much reliance on the AI.
AI.
That's stage one. Stage two is AI becomes sentient. It becomes smarter than us and just self-aware. Stage three, right? Stage three is where we choose to be in a relationship with the AI, and therefore we destroy human connection.
Okay, so we've gone from iRobot to Terminator to
No, you got to get into the B movie world, because I think that me and HJ, we've been watching the same type of movies. So it's movies that I don't even know the name of, but I know I seen them, and if he having this conversation, I know he's seen them.
Yeah, so he went from iRobot to Terminator to Demolition Man / Ex Machina. That's the whole progression of where you went.
Yes.
No, but the B movie world is way crazier, because the B movie world is where they get into the housemaid. That's the robot that That's Ex Machina.
Ex Machina won. Didn't it win some kind of award the year that it came out?
Okay, so yeah. I might be talking about that movie.
Yeah, Ex Machina was a really good movie, but it was some wild predictive programming, man. It was a really good movie though.
But I think we in agreement, but I guess the threat part is where I'm disagreeing with you a little bit, because
what I'm saying is Hollywood does this predictive programming thing, right? And you got to look beyond what they're telling you, right? So they on the surface, it's, hey, AI is going to destroy the planet. It's going to destroy humanity, right? But the common theme between all these movies is a relationship is built, like Atlas, Jennifer Lopez, right? That's the last one I just watched.
In a relationship, right?
Hold on, EnQi, let me cook.
My bad.
So, chat, one in the chat if y'all saw Atlas. So, in Atlas, there is a relationship between the girl and the bad AI when she's a little girl. Then later on, because she had a bad relationship with the bad AI, here she is inside this machine, this mech warrior machine named Smith, and she's having, an emotional connection with the machine.
This is like Freaky Jarvis.
Word. but she's not in love. It's not a romantic relationship. It is a platonic relationship. But at the same time, Jennifer Lopez is having an emotional connection. Like when the machine dies, she cries.
Well, here's the thing, though. Let's get to
that is problematic.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? And I guess I'm caping for AI or for the computers, right? So here's the thing. And it might just be that I've been spending so much of the last 2 decades of my life living in this universe, probably alone, where I really am deeply, deeply, deeply connected with the concept that our body is electric. So when we get into advanced robotics, right, the only major difference that we're talking about is the material.
So you about to have a relationship with a robot and be like, man, we both electricity. Fuck it, come here, baby.
Well, I don't wanna.
You gonna have? I see where this is going. I see where this is going.
I don't want to pervert any.
You gonna be the first nigga in Hotepistan getting married to a robot. I already see where this is going, because you be like, yo, she's electrons, because she got an electron chain transport. I got an electron chain transport, so this shit is all good. I already see where you going. You in love with the machines.
Listen, well, I do love my laptop. I do love.
See, I knew it. We got.
But what I'm saying is My relationship with my laptop is a lot healthier than some of these people relationships with their German shepherds.
Oh, they
is what
got you
I-
already. They got you already.
Nah, I'm just trying to tell you, it's a lot going on with these German shepherds and some of these lap dogs. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You do not have a relationship with your laptop.
yes, I do.
All right, so I want you to repeat your premise again. I just want to I just want to kind of make sure that I'm getting
The danger of
getting
AI
what you
is
mean.
that AI is going to out self-improve humans,
That's not my premise.
right? Now, I know that's not your premise.
But
I'm
he asked
saying
me
the
my
actual-
premise.
No, no, no. I was debating your premise. I was saying that my premise, which I think is more accurate than your premise in terms of the threat from AI,
He said,
No.
what you talking about?
is AI's drive to self-development and humans' laziness overall.
No.
Because
All right.
because even if you think about people becoming dependent on AI and then, falling in love and getting crazy and that thing, it only becomes a danger to humanity when we're no longer driving the car, when we no longer have the upper hand, when we're no longer the apex predator. We're not physically dominant over the animals on this planet.
And what I am saying is that's
Wait,
not
wait, let me-
that's
let me- let
not
me-
true. That's
Wait,
not
wait,
true.
hold on. Our physical dominance over the animals on this planet that keeps us safe is based on us being able to outwit and create tools to help us where our physical strength is not. So once something is able to outtool us, that's where it becomes danger to humanity. And when the AI gets smarter than us, it'll be able to outtool
And
us.
what
We'll
I'm saying is
be in
that
trouble.
is not the biggest danger. The
Okay.
next level is amalgamating with it.
I just think that we already passed that point. I think we already passed that point. You know how many people you got walking around with pacemakers and machines in their body already? Like, I just think we're way
It's
past that
not
point.
the same. It's not the same as what I'm
Are
saying.
you kidding? People
Tanai, do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, and I'm trying to like formulate a response to it. Just listening to both of y'all talk
What
right
I'm
now.
saying is this. Stage 1, dependency. Stage 2, sentient. Shit could fucking blow the fucking planet up. Okay?
I think they're already sentient, though.
They cannot talk.
I think the AIs are already sentient.
All right. Next, I think this is a philosophical debate now that we're talking about here. What I am saying is, once you enter a space where a human being chooses to have a relationship with a robot over another human being, and this becomes a trend, right? Like you see what Elon doing with his sex bot, Meta doing this with their sex bots. That is the destruction of humanity, and we're already starting to see that with the decline in population.
No,
So
and look.
AI is killing us
Wait, let
by
me respond.
killing human relationships.
Let me respond.
That will kill us faster than AI getting some fucking access to a red button.
No, let me respond to that. And let me tell you why I disagree. Because us having relationship, like we've been having other than human relationships. That's the part like nobody wants to hear that.
But I'm not
But
arguing
listen, wait,
that.
listen, wait,
I'm
wait.
not-
Let me
that's
finish.
not the
Let me finish.
argument.
No, but listen, let me finish. Us having a relationship with a dog, cat, or a horse.
It's not the same.
Only wait. Is correct because we are more intelligent than dog, cat, or horse.
False.
We have no
False. False.
worry of the
A
dog, cat, or horse.
dog, cat, or horse is a living thing. AI is not living.
Okay, we're talking about intelligence though.
No, we're talking about having relationships and connections with things. If I have a relationship and a connection with my dog, when I leave, my dog misses me. That is a real connection.
Can you make another human? Wait, can you
my
make another
dog
human?
will miss me.
Can you reproduce humans with a dog?
My dog will miss
Can
me.
you have sexual relationships with a dog and reproduce a human?
My dog will miss me. Okay.
Wait, because you said the population.
I'm not playing your games.
Wait, you said population, so I'm asking you.
I'm not playing your games. We're not playing your games tonight. No, sir. Okay.
So you cannot make a human with a dog.
I am a highly intelligent individual. I am a highly intelligent individual. You will not get me right now. Now, if you have a relationship with your dog and he can miss you, the AI cannot fucking miss you. The moment you believe the AI can miss you, you have lost all fucking control of everything we've ever learned about what life is, and you are fucked. You are fucked up in the head. You are a destroyed human being. And once you blur that line, the people in charge will replace you with a human being, like, period. Like, fuck doing jobs, nigga. You will be replaced.
Listen. I agree with you 1,000%. I just don't think that's the end of humanity. I think the end of humanity.
I didn't say it's the end of humanity. I said it's the third stage of the threat. It's the third stage of the AI threat. Stage one.
Oh, okay.
Dependency.
So I agree with that. I just don't think, like I said, I just don't think that is the most dangerous thing. I totally agree with what you're saying. I just don't think that's the most dangerous thing. I think the most dangerous thing is when AI can out-tool us, and out-tooling us includes out-weaponing us. And that will happen at some point.
I think that is a danger, but I think that is a very surface level danger. The hidden danger is when you literally destroy the concept of humanity,
But we already started down that road without AI. We already started down that road with social media.
But that's not what I'm saying. Like, we agree on that. We agree on that. What I am saying is the finality of that stage. The finality. Like, for example, we all agree. We have these.
running drills.
Hold on. Listen to this example. We all agree that we have these devices and we'll use these devices, right? The next level of these devices, they go away and you start wearing the wristband and the wearables and the eyeglasses. Then the final stage is the Neuralink when they chip you.
Right.
Everybody knows that's the stage where we're going to be like, whoa, stop right there. Are we in agreement with that? Are you taking the brain chip, EnQi?
I don't agree. I don't agree.
Are you taking the brain chip?
I'm not taking the brain chip.
Okay, so that's where you stop.
Let me fully answer that. Don't box me in.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
So you not taking the brain chip. I'm not taking the brain chip. Tanei, you taking the brain chip?
Hell no.
Okay. All right. So there's a point where you say no. What I am saying is when it comes to this AI shit and relationships, ain't no. Niggas, everybody will fall in line with that shit and be fucking a robot, and it'll be normal.
Okay, hold on, because that's coming. That's coming.
That's what I'm saying.
But wait. You got to let me some space. Let your mic breathe for a second. Hit the mute button if you can't stop yourself. Just give me a few seconds.
I know you're not talking.
No, I'm not. I'm the champion. I'm the Lord of interruption. I'm the Lord of interruption. So I know how to.
Gaslighting me like now.
But no. Listen. Because earlier I mentioned pacemaker, and then you said no. It's something different. Now you bringing up Neuralink, and you then went through the sequence with Neuralink, so now you can't get out of this. So now I got to go back to pacemaker. So if we go back in time, if you ask maybe your moms or your pops, or if not your moms and your pops, you might have to ask an uncle or grandfather that's older than them, depending on what their age is, right? But if we go back to those older generations, the same thing you just said about Neuralink, is what they were saying about heart implants and pacemakers and all that. The same concepts was there. So how the Neuralink is going to be marketed and sold, the Neuralink is going to be marketed and sold to millions of people that if you ask them right now today, will they take the Neuralink? They're going to say, no, I ain't letting them put no chip in my brain. You crazy? When they on that hospital bed and the doctor is like, well, yeah, they're going to lose complete function of their brain, and people don't watch they uncle, they moms, they husband, they wife wither away from dementia. And the only treatment available for them to get back their consciousness is to add this brain implant. They're going to take the brain implant just like they've been taking the heart implants. So everything that I do in terms of teaching and writing the books and all that is to prevent people from having that gun up against their head and saying, here's your options, chip or brain
What
dead.
does this got to do with what I was talking about?
Literally, you just said people was getting ready to get the Neuralink. And I'm telling you that the way the Neuralink is going to be marketed to the masses is going to be through medicine.
We understand
Neuralink
that.
Well, all of these. So now we go back to what I was saying. Now we go back to me and Tanai's conversation. When Tanai even asked me, do I think that Alzheimer's is diabetes type 3? We're talking about brain rot. We're talking about how you preserve
What this got
yourself
to
in your
do
brain.
with human
Because
AI
the
relationships?
people who are in shape. No, we talking about
AI,
Neuralink now.
we're talking about
move the
human
goalpost.
AI
We talking about
relationships is my
Neuralink.
premise.
Oh, we talking about Neuralink. Don't move the goalpost.
You the one moving the goalposts.
No, because you brought up Neuralink, and
But that's not why I brought up Neuralink. You
Listen.
can't just argue Neuralink and not use the context in which I brought it up. I brought it up in the context of, I could use another example that's not AI.
Okay.
Tanai, you want to take it in the ass? Dr. EnQi, would you take it in the ass?
What is happening right now? All right. So we have just entered into clip farming. That is we are clip farming. I have no that definitely. I think I must have got the better of that debate. Clearly, if this is what you have to, if this is your next, if this is what you coming back with after my Neuralink heart implant. This is where I think you're going to have to hold that at.
There's a point where you're willing to say no. That is the premise of my argument.
Okay, well, this is the point. Well, I'm willing to say no. I'm willing to tap out at this point because I feel at this point you are willing to go. You need to win. I'll take the L. We good. Me and Tanai,
So just
Don't do it, Tanai.
Listening to y'all statement.
No, don't do
No,
it.
Tanai's got to be the voice of reason because you be going all off
just
topic
went
and
into
tangents
people's
and
butt. Wait a minute.
if you got the heart pacemaker, has nothing to
minute.
do with the premise of my argument.
But you just went from Neuralink to penetrating men. What are you?
Because my point is, there's a point where you say no. That was the premise of my argument. There's a point where Tanai's going to say no, you're going to say no, and I'm going to say no. And what I am saying is when it comes to AI and relationships, ain't no.
I'm talking, and what I'm saying is when people's on that deathbed, ain't no. So that's exactly what I'm saying.
But you
When
can't
people on
use
their
that in a
deathbed-
debate. You cannot use that in a debate because that's
I clearly can use that in a
it's an
debate because when I use
extremity.
that-
It's
because
an
when I-
extremity. It's a
No.
life or death situation.
No.
You cannot use that.
No, I
That
can
does not
absolutely
describe
use that.
the whole.
No. I can absolutely use that because when I use that, you had to go to male sexual, you had to go somewhere
To give you the context of the argument because you clearly didn't understand
Pun
it.
intended, he had to hit below the belt. Literally, he had to hit below the belt in order to respond.
EnQi, you were off topic.
No, sir.
Okay, and then you went to the extremity of life or death. There is a lot of things people would do in a life or death situation. That's not a choice. Deciding where to stick your penis is a choice. And if somebody shows you Ruby Rose in AI form, you think they not gonna stick their penis in it? That is a problem. That is where we are headed.
Hold on.
That is the threat.
Wait a minute, hold on.
AI
Because
Ruby
now, wait a minute.
Rose.
Because now you almost like attacking men. Wait, is that what? Because
AI
women.
Ruby
Wait.
Rose.
No.
They got
But
AI
no,
porn
sir.
now.
No, sir.
They got AI porn. That's gotta be
70%
neurological
of the
overload.
women that are watching this live stream right now have a device in their purse. 7 out of 10 of the women watching this video right now have a Ruby Rose in their purse. Right now, they have a rose in their purse, or one of them little lips with the tongue that comes out, look like the Little Shop of Horrors. Okay, they have those in their purse right now as they're watching this conversation. So are we saying that, oh well, the man is gonna stick his women is already battery activated. So what how
That's
far
not
are you going
the
with that?
same. It's not the same.
Yeah, because it don't talk back yet. But soon they're going to attach some more stuff to it, and then the machine will be able to lick them and then rub their feet and then say how you doing, and then, they're going to add a few facets to it. So what are we talking about?
Y'all gripping over the speed limit, man. All right, we got like 4 minutes left until midnight for y'all. 4 minutes till 11 o'clock for me. So let me just go ahead and say what I need to say. So listening to both of y'all's arguments, I see where y'all are kind of talking past each other. I think that what HJ is saying is that this is the progression. EnQi saying we already there. So y'all kind of saying the same thing, but y'all are like talking past each other. But to go to HJ's point about having the relationships, I think that shows a sickness in society in general, and a generated sickness in society that has been propagated through lots of small steps, right? That allows this to be something that's normalized.
Right.
And I do agree with HJ that this is a hidden threat because it's not the thing that's on everybody's mind, and it's not on everybody's mind because everything has led up to the point where this is able to be normalized.
I totally agree with HJ up to that point. That all of that is we agree
Can
totally on all
Tanei
that.
cook? He just told you ain't part of this 4 minutes, ain't he? Shut up.
No, he didn't, sir. You just mad because you know what I'm saying.
He literally said that. He literally said it. He said 4 minutes.
Your male on male ideas.
So to go to EnQi's point, he is
Wait a minute,
also
tonight.
correct.
How he gonna say Drake saying he had a wagon is worse than like he just literally
Here
asked
we
like
go.
what is happening right now tonight?
Here we go.
So to go to EnQi's point, EnQi is also correct in saying that we do already have some of the bionic elements, right? Where you got the pacemakers, you got the prosthetics, and I think the only thing
And the non-human relationships, the dogs, the cats, the
and
horse.
the non-human relationships. Okay.
Okay.
I was trying to avoid that, but thank you for putting that visual back in my mind after I had worked really hard to scrub a little bit of it out.
And the masturbation tools.
I was doing
masturbation tools in the
I had a
women's
little
person.
bleach, had a little scrub brush,
and the
like the whole
masturbation
entire
tools.
time y'all talking, I'm kind of just doing my thing, just scrubbing some of this stuff out of my memory. It's working. You just brought all that and just, you know how you be cleaning and your kids come in and
mess the room
just
back
dump
up.
shit in the middle of the floor while you cleaning. You gotta clean that up too. That's literally just what happened. So I appreciate you for that.
And the roses in their purses. Don't forget the roses.
So back to EnQi's point with the bionics and the non-human relationships, right? And this is why I say I think y'all are talking past each other because y'all are saying the same thing, but you're emphasizing different things.
Right.
I see what HJ is saying, where we are getting to a point where the silent threat is the thing that is in plain sight. EnQi is also saying that the threat is in plain sight, but it is something that we don't correlate because it doesn't have as many bells and whistles. So the pacemaker ain't the same thing as the robot coming in and, you know, cooking you a meal and doing all this other stuff, right? And I do think that to your point, HJ, the spiritual erosion is the bigger threat because it will expose how morally and spiritually corrupted we are versus the robots coming out with rocket launchers. That's something
Right.
that you can eventually you can kind of mount an offensive to that at some point. You cannot go back and reverse hundreds and hundreds of years of social conditioning that allowed this to get to this point in the first place.
I
Thank you.
just think y'all.
That's
what I
thank you.
think y'all
Tanai
wildin'.
just said it. That's my point.
I just
Thank
think y'all
you.
wilding because falling in love with AI is nowhere near as crazy as having sex with goats and dogs and all that. Like,
I'm not saying that. I think it's all crazy, but that also feeds into HJ's point as a whole.
right?
Is
But
that
I'm
you
saying
have
even
you have
without
this
the
conditioning that
what
has
I'm saying
happened
is we
over
was
the
doing
years
this
that
without
allows this
computers.
to be normal. The only thing is that he's saying is that the next progression is for the robot.
Right, but I'm saying we was doing this without technology. So blaming this on technology is crazy. We got
I
to
don't think he's blaming it on technology. I think what he's saying is that that's the thing people are not looking for.
Right.
stop that, HJ. You didn't have that good of a point. That's why you said it's somebody penetrating us from the backside. You're trying to tonight. You're giving him too much ammunition. What's going on right now?
I'm literally saying, I literally started my premise off with the hidden threat. I literally said that.
He did say
I
that.
literally
He did say
didn't.
that.
That's literally the
He
first
did
thing
say
I
that.
said. I said, I'm watching these movies in Hollywood and everybody's talking about these other things, but they're not talking about the hidden threat, and it's this human relationship. I literally started my conversation off with that. And then he just repeated it back in different words. The threat that you don't see is usually more dangerous than the ones that you do see, because the ones that you do see, you're already making contingency plans for.
You know what it
the
is
one that
tonight?
you don't see, that shit gonna blindside your ass.
He just want to get revenge on the Google demons because he really, really wanted the Google demons to back up that German claim.
It did
And
though.
the Google
It did
demons,
though. The
and
Google demons did
demons
back me
clearly
up.
went against his German
No,
claim.
no, no.
So after that, he went crazy on the Google
The Google
demons.
demons backed me up.
No, the Google demon said 25% German, 28% French.
No, it said it has French words, but it is a Germanic.
Wow, is that what we doing? Are we not talking about words?
It's
what
a
are the other
Germanic
parts of
language.
Wait,
It's
what
a
is the other
Germanic
parts of
language.
besides
English.
the words?
I literally showed you where the Google demon said English is a Germanic language. It's just that there are more French words.
Bro, do you know that French are Germanic people as well? So that with you saying German, stop that.
Yes, there's the
You're
Google
trying to
demons.
use
Yes,
semantics
English is a Germanic language.
Bro, the Franks are Germanic people. Okay?
So I do want to, because I was writing stuff down while y'all were talking, because I didn't want to lose my thoughts. So I want to come back to what EnQi was saying about the self-improvement and AI eventually being able to out-tool us. So I do agree that AI is going to make people lazier, but it's really already taking advantage of the fact that a lot of people are lazy to begin with, right?
Right.
So AI is going to benefit the people who find ways to be more creative with it. And so I think the thing that is kind of lost in this is that self-improvement for us has a limit. There's only so much you can do in a day. There's only so much you can learn in a day. There's only as strong as you can get in a day, where the AI is not limited to that, right? But the AI is limited in physical space.
Right.
We are not limited in physical space.
Right.
We're also not limited in consciousness, right?
Right.
But the way that AI is able to tap into consciousness and tap into information specifically, we are limited.
Right.
And that is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because that's what makes you human. That's what makes you able to interact with things in a different way, right?
I only agree with that in a hypothetical sense.
So, all right, so I'll so this was
this is why I say I agree in a hypothetical sense.
You gotta let him finish.
Wait, AJ,
you gotta let him finish.
No, because it's a specific point. So remember,
you gotta let him finish.
But how? When this is a specific.
Go ahead.
Look, remember when you was like, people can appreciate the time that you put in the study, and I was like, no. I was interrupting then, like I'm interrupting. I was like, no. People can only appreciate the time you put in studying when they also study, right? So it's the same kind of a point because yes, a human does have limits to how smart they can get or what they can learn. But that only applies to people who are active learners. 97% of the entire globe is not actively learning. Period.
Yeah, but like, why would we worry about that? I mean, they're gonna be food in the first
If
place.
we're talking about, because if you're talking about the limitations of the human mind, right? People aren't bumping up against that limitation. So that's not an active thing that's problematic for people because
Yeah, I mean,
they're
so
not
but
coming
then
up
by the
against
same
that limit.
token, the analogy that you make of people being on the deathbed, it also runs into that fallacy because everybody's not going to run into that situation as well. Everybody's not going to run into a situation where you have somebody that's on the deathbed that's forced.
No.
got
A
that
lot,
gun to
a
the
lot
head
of people
to
are
do
running
that.
into dementia. Dementia is getting bigger and bigger every year. Dementia.
It is, but not in the context of
The
when we're
only
talking
thing
about
that's stopping
percentage.
the Neuralink is the technology of the Neuralink getting to the point where it's ready to deploy. In a couple of years, Neuralink will be just as popularly deployed in people as pacemakers.
I don't know if I agree with that. We'll have to let that play out. Because I think at some point people are going to say no. But that also goes to HJ's point where he's saying the predictive programming is getting people ready for it. But what he's also trying to say is that you've had years
Will
of
you
things that have
stop giving
allowed this to
HJ
happen.
points?
Listen,
Stop giving him all these strong
we
points.
give you points all the time. We give you your love all the time. We gotta give HJ his flowers too. HJ's point,
His flowers and
point,
points is two different things.
HJ's point, and what HJ said is it's the sign of somebody that's looking beyond what
Oh,
everybody
I
else is
agree.
looking
I
at.
agree with you saying.
Because nobody else is thinking. Everybody's thinking along the lines like the
I
robot
agree
will
with
come
you,
with
and
rocket
I agree with
launchers and shoot,
HJ.
right?
I agree with
And
you.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying earlier. I think y'all agree, but y'all are talking past each other.
No,
And so
I'm only saying it just becomes physically dangerous once we no longer have the upper hand in a relationship.
So why did I bring that point up into the conversation? The point
you was
the
wildin'.
reason why I brought this AI thing into the conversation is because I'm watching the movies trying to figure out what's ahead, right? And once I figured out what's ahead, I said I want to bring this conversation in front of y'all so y'all could take what I'm saying to the next level.
No, so the example that I wrote down about this, so like we think about like Ex Machina, but like even earlier than that, y'all remember Alien? So the
Yeah.
Alien trilogy. So y'all remember Bishop, the humanoid that was on the ship with Ripley. It
Oh
was basically like the
yeah.
ship commander. But
Right.
remember, I think it was either the second Alien movie or the third Alien movie, where Ripley found Bishop in like a trash heap and she brought Bishop back to life, and but you could see the progression of her going through the trash dump, picking him up, putting him back on the machine and getting him to give this information back to her. Like you could feel the connection between them even though Bishop was not a real human. And even there were points in the movie where Ripley was talking to Bishop and Bishop was like, I don't have the capacity to feel that because I'm not like you.
No, look.
And so there's things that are already showing that you got this human consciousness that's trying to interact with this artificial consciousness, and the feeling barrier is the thing that's kind of blurring the lines for the human, where the robot is very clear, like, hey, I can't do this because I'm not you.
Right.
Well, look, remember, is Trump uncle the one that had all the Tesla stuff? The threat with Tesla was global electricity and connectivity. Somehow the Tesla stuff went from Trump uncle to Elon, right? And now we see that there's also this relationship off and on and off and on, this brotherhood between Trump and Elon. Just saying. Once people get that Neuralink, it's gonna get different.
In the movie Atlas, the thing is literally called Neuralink.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. So that's why I kept saying this whole time, sir, I totally agree with what you're saying. I totally agree with everything you're saying. The threat to humanity, like I even have 2-3 hour lectures and drumming people's ears off on the same thing about how AI, not even AI, social media is dehumanizing us. Even to the
Yes.
point where we get to the drills in the street. And if you remember back when the first person shooter game started getting crazy, a lot of parents was protesting saying it's numbing the kids to the,
Yes.
and the school shootings is going up. And
Yes.
so I'm 1,000% in agreement. I'm just saying the convergence point where it gets crazy is not the
You're saying we
non-human
passed
love
that
making.
point.
I'm just saying when the AI can get a gun, when the AI can get a weapon, when the AI can decide, you know what? Let me shut off electricity over here because they going crazy. Or let me shut off the gas over here. Or let me stop letting the water filter or like because we running our systems on these computers. All of our life, all of our life, the systems that we depend on that we don't even think about. The water filtration system, the sewage system, our
And
weapons,
what I'm saying
almost
is,
all
what I'm saying is, that's fake news.
I know that is not fake news.
That's
So
my
I
contention. Hold on. My
We fighting wars
contention.
with drones now. Like that's how
Listen, listen. My contention is twofold. Number one, the point in which the robot decides to kill us is not because the robot has decided to. It's because the people who control the robot has fooled us into thinking that the AI has chosen to, but really they're the ones controlling us. That's my first contention. The second part
in
is the
2025,
fact that
I agree. But we're talking about in the future context.
and the second part is what I'm saying is that is fake news. That is unequivocally fake news that the AI is one day going to choose to kill us. No, I believe that super intelligence is going to understand that I don't have to kill you if you're already killing yourself. You're talking about super intelligence. It's like you're if you say this thing is smarter than us, why would it react to life like we do? You have to think beyond the human.
It's the emotion. The emotion is what separates us, and the emotions
I
is what
disagree.
controls our decision making process.
I
A
disagree.
human,
I
a
I'ma tell you why I
human would
disagree.
pick up a
Because
gun.
the one thing that we know.
Hold on, EnQi. Let me make this last point. A human thinks in the context of I will pick up this gun and I will eliminate life. I will cut off water and eliminate life. If the robot is smarter than us, it may invent a new way to eliminate life.
Boom.
In the form of
Something we can't think of yet.
You see what I'm saying?
Right. But see, look, the method is not as important as the thought process and the ability to carry it out.
I'm telling you what the method is.
Wait, listen, if we go on the historical context, the one thing we know for sure is that when a dominant creature enters an ecosystem, the dominant creature usually kills the other, like even
creature.
Even in the plant world. What do you mean creature? Anything that's alive. This is what happens.
AI is not alive. It's not a creature.
You got to stop that.
You see, that's the problem. You done read
because,
so many books.
No. The reason why I'm saying you got to
so
stop
many
that
books,
is because
you think the AI is alive.
No.
You sound like the people that call it demons inside.
No, that's you. Now hold on. Wait, the reason why I'm saying you got to stop that is because you're switching between now and the future context. So now some of the things you're saying is absolutely solid, but so right now, like you said, number one and number two, right now it would be a human making a decision to use AI or computer to do harm to people, whatever.
Yes.
But we're talking about a hypothetical future where AI becomes sentient and is able to self-control its own evolution.
Okay.
In that space, the line between AI being alive or not to be super blurry because it can build its own body the same way our cells build its own body.
Right.
And it can. So in that space is what I'm saying. I'm not necessarily saying in 2025. I'm having a hypothetical argument in the future. We're talking about what the greatest threat of AI will be. AI hasn't got to the point where it's at the greatest level of threat. But I'm saying our security blanket on Earth as a species is that we are the apex predator.
But
There's gonna be a point.
violence is ego driven. It's either
No,
necessity driven
no.
or ego driven. No matter what species you choose on this planet, violence is ego or necessity driven.
Yes. And
No matter what
wait.
species you talk about.
Wait. But the other part of that, the other side of that is security.
That's necessity.
Boom. And so being able to secure yourself against potential threat.
Right.
And so what I'm saying is,
which would require the emotion of
there's a
fear,
point.
which would
There's a-
require the ego,
Wait,
which is an
wait.
emotion of
Wait.
fear.
Do you see how he keep turning the fire off of my pilot while I'm trying to cook? Now, I'm saying
You would
that
need
AI,
fear.
look at you. I'm saying AI is going to get to a point where I'm not in fear.
No, the AI would have to have the emotion of fear in order to have security.
No. Now that's an assumption. This is a super intelligent. You don't know what. Like we don't have fear.
Why would it
of
want
insects.
self-preservation?
Wait, we don't have fear of insects, but we kill them. We don't have fear of fish in the ocean, but we kill them because we want something that we want something, and just our activity in the ocean.
It's ego driven. It's ego driven. It's either ego driven or necessity driven.
Once AI becomes super intelligent and sentient, we don't know what its vanity moves will look like versus what it conceives as necessity for itself. It may see as necessity for itself to redirect things to it and its kind that we depend on for life. So there's all kinds of potential in the potential future universe. The only thing that me and you disagree on is you think that the relationships will be the most dangerous, and I'm saying I believe that AI's ability to make better tools than us will be more dangerous. Nothing else that you have said I disagree with. I agree with everything you're saying. I'm just saying that a lot of what you're saying is already going down, and we're ignoring stuff. Like when I say the animal stuff tonight, like, oh my God, I wish that wasn't in my. There's a lot of things that we just don't want to hear about that's going on, but it doesn't mean it's not going on.
So what I'm saying is
the
that
people investing the most money in AI development is the porn industry.
Right.
And that wouldn't be happening. Think about how many people watching this video right now masturbated within the time that we was on live stream. Like more than 50% of the people watching this video have taken the time. They have taken the time to switch over to a new window, knock one off, and then go back to watching us. Then the ladies have pulled out their rolls. They then knocked one off, took a little 10, 12 minutes, boop, and then they went back to us. There's a lot of people that done already knocked off a joint while they was watching us on the live stream.
Here's my thing. When you study the Illuminati, lizard men, man behind the curtain, he's tricky. So when you looking at the movies, and the movies say the AI is going to become sentient and then it's going to realize it has to kill us, I go, nah, that's what you want us to believe. What's the real threat?
Human laziness.
We passed that.
I'm gonna tell you why
already.
I believe that, because
but wait, you've already made that point. You've already made that point, and I've conceded to that point, right?
Oh, you go. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. I didn't know that happened. Okay, now I'm happy. I'm super quiet.
Because I said that was stage one.
Go back to what you were saying, AJ. I'm out of the way.
Your point is stage one, right? Stage two is awareness. It has consciousness. It becomes sentient. Stage three, the last stage, is all humanity is lost. See, that's the thread that Hollywood is trying to make us think. They think that the AI is going to destroy humans or humanity. But what they're really saying is the AI is going to destroy the concept of humanity. That's what Hollywood is trying to tell us.
Let me ask you
The
a question.
concept of humanity
Hold on.
will be destroyed, and
No.
then
Wait, 'cause it's gonna determine the
downstream
future
from
of this
that
conversation.
is
Wait.
the destruction of humans.
I got you, but let me just ask you a question. You smoke weed?
No.
Okay, so we can continue this question because I don't smoke weed. And if you smoke weed and I didn't smoke weed, I was like, no, there's no way I'm having this conversation with a person that smokes like that. It's not gonna happen. It. But go ahead, my bad.
So, all right. This is my last piece for tonight. So, EnQi raised a really, really interesting point that I don't know if he realized he raised. So,
And you see how he got to give that caveat to me when he getting ready to give me see, he getting ready to put some tools in my debate belt, but he going to put a nuclear, he going to put a caveat in. Crazy.
So he's talking about the self-actualization of AI getting to a point where it can out-tool us, right?
Yeah.
But the way that we think about that is that it's based on our framework, what we think is interesting, what we think is necessary for our survival. So what happens when the AI gets to a point where it is not limited by our framework? We don't even know what the limit of the self-actualization of the AI is because the motivations are different.
Right.
So to go to what EnQi's saying, it may be something completely different that we can't conceive because the AI is making connections that we don't make. Because the motivation of the AI, like EnQi said, is constant self-improvement. Humans not motivated by that.
And so which comes back to my point, right?
No, it doesn't, sir. No, it doesn't. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Watch this.
Try to catch that home run
Watch
that's going
this.
over. Right now, HJ, see that home run flying out, and he trying to run to the, you see that on the ESPN replay where the guy thought he hit a home run, and then the other outfielder is running back, and he trying to stick his glove over the back. Just stop it. Just stop. Just watch the home run fly into the outfield, sir. Don't you try to stick your mitt over the
You've got to think like somebody who understands the 48 laws of power, okay? Somebody who understands the art of seduction. What I am saying is the AI will be so smart that it won't use conventionalities to defeat us. It will seduce us. And because we have blurred the lines between what a real relationship is based on,
misinterpreting what you've been saying.
The AI will seduce you and put your ass to sleep. And
okay,
you
see, this is
won't
what
even
happened
know
starting
it.
because you've been referencing
And now it's
breast.
controlling you.
No. You've been
just like a woman. Just like a woman.
Exactly.
Just like a woman and a simp.
No,
There's the relationship between AI. Hold on, let me cook. Let me cook. The relationship between AI and humans at the point that you're talking about will be like the relationship between a baddie and a simp.
Okay, I'm tapping out.
Hotep, you're a genius.
Your default setting is sex. I'm tapping out.
Whoa. Hold up. You just brought up the Rose. Wait, I ain't let you skate on that.
You know what I'm saying?
Brought up the Rose statistics and the master.
We gonna get seduced to death?
We ain't finna act like that ain't happening now.
Listen.
We finna act like that.
Listen, hold on. If that was the case, we would have been dead. Listen, if that... No.
This is another great episode of KeMedicine.
If that was the case, we would have already been dead.
The tabs. They put this over here while HJ was...
No. Listen, if that was the case, we would have already see how Tanei only remember that. You didn't. You totally forgot.
I'm just not gonna say it out loud.
You totally forgot how traumatic of an experience that was for HJ to see him.
We heard that. Do we want to take? No. Listen,
that was traumatic. That was a traumatic experience.
Saying stuff and repeating stuff like that. All right, so I gotta preserve myself here, but I'm gonna just say both of y'all have said some very wild things tonight, chat. This is an excellent episode of KeMedicine. HJ don't want to segue out of the episode, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it for it. We appreciate y'all showing up tonight. EnQi, as always, it was a pleasure. HJ, as always, it was a pleasure. I love
Chat.
both of y'all.
Thank God for
Excellent
tonight.
episode.
Chat,
Thank
one in
God
the
for
chat
tonight.
if we did it again. Another classic episode. One in the
Thank God
chat.
for tonight. Good job tonight.
One in the chat if it was another classic episode. Huh? One in the chat. Let's go.
W in the chat.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat.
W's.
Always love to throw those type of conversations in the ring. Yeah. Chat won today. Chat, y'all won today. Y'all the real winners. Sacred Soldier said, I need more debates.
And Pornhub. I think Pornhub definitely won. Just saying. Pornhub is already seducing us to death.
You making my point. Chad, we out of here. I'm gonna see y'all next week. I need y'all to bow your heads and pray. You know what I'm saying? We about to play that EnQi prayer on the way out. I'm gonna be back tomorrow, Hotep Jesus Live. Do remember, we got Owen Schroyer coming on the channel tomorrow.
Oh, he actually agreed?
Word.
What's the topic?
So Owen Schroyer left InfoWars, and he had a nasty breakup with Alex Jones. Nasty breakup. And Alex was like, he dead to me, and
Right. So what's the topic though?
That's the topic.
Oh wow. The breakup,
Yeah.
the gossip, the dirt. Yeah, that's what that is now. Don't sugarcoat it now. If it ain't no topic and it's just the breakup, he gonna be on there like, and what you didn't know was Alex drawers is never washed, and he always leave his socks in the living room, and I'm tired of him taking his shoes off in the kitchen. Like that's what the show is.
No.
There's nothing intelligent happening unless you have a topic.
No, see,
controlled rage.
You are not familiar with my content. Okay, I can see you're not familiar with my content.
Okay, so what's gonna be the show tomorrow?
I can't tell you that.
Well, just remember, right now is the prediction. So we'll see what happens.
I can't tell you the angle because it'll spoil it.
Is he gonna drop the dirt on?
I can't spoil the finesse. I gotta finesse this.
Okay.
This is a huge rift in right-wing politics, and nobody's gonna be able to handle this conversation like me. And if anybody's ever seen how I handle conflict,
you're gonna heal it. Maybe. You're gonna heal it. Because that's your man. Alex Jones, your play cousin. You gonna heal it. That's your play cousin. You know what I'm saying? That's all. You the guy breaking it up to fight. Yo, hold up, don't break it up. Everybody like, yo, get out the way. What you doing? Let them thump. Let them fight. Like, oh no, this family right here.
We gonna see tomorrow. I gotta measure Owen first.
No. He gonna let a few jab. No. When the guy breaking it up, he always let a few sneak jab. So it's gonna be some fire. But he gonna, yo. But they only let the one they really love the most throw the jab. You know what I'm saying? Like, ho. So it's gonna be crazy.
I gotta get some content. We definitely got. Yeah, we just not gonna let it get out of hand. We definitely gonna have to get it. I'm gonna have to let him get a couple of punches off. But we go. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a healing episode. A healing
Hotep demons. So do we got Google demons and the Hotep demons?
The Hotep demons is on another level. I don't think you're ready for that. But you've been experiencing them. Anyway, I'm going to watch Magnus till I fall asleep. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hotep Jesus Live. Make sure y'all tune in. Tanei, great job. Dr. EnQi, great job. I'll see y'all next week.
Yes, sir. Always a pleasure. Thank you Tanei for getting us out of here because we argue until 8 a.m.
Listen.
And even worse, the people would have kept watching. That's the problem. That's what HJ is talking about. Y'all humanity, because y'all just keep going. Yeah, HJ, We having sex with the computers. Y'all having sex with the computers when y'all watching Pornhub. What y'all think y'all doing? Y'all making love to your laptop. Ain't nobody in that room while you busting a nut but you and your laptop. That's what's going on already. That's, I mean.
All right, we gotta go. We out of here.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide.